Right, mofos, I'm back, and we're going straight into court. Hang on, let me put this. Right, okay, there's some news here. We haven't got a verdict, but I think they're at an impasse. Hang on, here we go.
Have a note that says they are hung
Um,
and do not feel like they will be able to come to unanimous verdict. So my plan is just to bring them in and tell them that they're the best qualified jury that there is to hear this case, and to send them back out and tell them to continue deliberating.
That's what we talked about.
Yeah. All right. And I've written up a little bit, but nothing significant. All right, bring them back in.
Literally just in time. Oh, for fuck's sake, what a nightmare that was. So I think I caught it just it. I don't actually know what's going on. I stopped the stream because it said that I was close to copyright. They asked if I got oh, hang on, we get back. Hey, cheater. Spacey Stacy cheat. I'm joking. I love. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about this. Right, I'll go through everything that just happened in a second now once we get back. But they are at an impasse. And fuck RA, get your ass back here. I do like RA, but fuck RA. He's got 2,500 over there, so I've got 32. So come back here. I need you. Hey.
You don't believe that you'll be able to come to a unanimous decision. I know that y'all are working hard. I know this was a long and complicated case. And here's what I have to say to y'all. When we talk about jury service, the phrase that comes up is the best and brightest. Y'all are the best and brightest of our community. Y'all have been selected to try this case. No one is more qualified than the 12 of you to make a decision in this case. In the instructions I gave you last week, you were instructed to reach a unanimous decision, and you should continue to deliberate and attempt to reach that conclusion. There is no set time for deliberations to cease. I'm going to instruct you to return back to the jury room and continue to deliberate until such time as you can reach a verdict. I have other court matters, as I told you, that I've been handling all morning. I'm going to be here all day. Just for y'all to know, if something were to happen or you were to have a question or something along that nature, I have about an hour that I'm going to do another hearing on till about 12:30. Then we're going to break for lunch. I have a 2:00 appointment with the county manager and the consultants on the new building project. So I will be unavailable between 2 and 3. And then if my attorneys on the other civil matter aren't done, we will pick that case back up and still be in here. So I will check in on y'all at the end of the day. All right, y'all can go back, resume your deliberations. If y'all want to break for lunch, just let the bailiffs know when y'all want to break and about what time you'll be back. All right?
I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. That's the first thing he's done I don't like.
All right. Any issues we need to take up?
No.
All right. Y'all can be at ease until we call you back.
Gunner, now remove this one chair.
Sure.
They have enough. They have an extra one. Someone's tied down.
Yeah, so they were hung jury, okay? It was a hung jury so far. Let me right. She's not incarcerated, she's on bail. So the reason I don't like it is because that is just gone right. You need to go back and deliberate. It's like, so they now think that they have to go back and get a verdict. He just told them you need to deliberate till you get a verdict, and as Josie says, that's where you compromise. He should have explained. Look, you are the best people. You've got all the knowledge. You've got the best. You've got everything in front of you, so please go back and make an extra effort to, start fresh, go for a break, do whatever you need. Just push forward with it, because if you can't come to a verdict, we've got to get a new jury in potentially, and that's extra resources and stuff. Just try your best to come to it. Don't compromise on your needs and stuff like that. Don't compromise, but see if there's anything in the middle that you can meet in the middle somewhere. And then if not, then fair enough, but at least you tried. And then he's got to give another charge then afterwards. Yeah, but you basically said, try again. No, don't come back until you do. That is the first misstep he's made. That's what I was trying to say. No, that's the first mistake that he's made. They are now thinking they have to get a verdict. They have to. There's no choice, and that's where it's going to come back compromised. And I don't like that. For either side, guilty, not guilty, I just don't like that. That's the first time I've been like, the judges fucked this up. I think the judges fucked that up. So just explain what just happened on the other stream. So I'm there going, I'm just there watching this fucking shoplifting malarkey. Then I see fucking Amy Boobies Boston saying she's leaving. Oh, I'm going. See you guys in the stream. I'm looking at it going, the fuck? Why is Amy leaving? Why? I was like, why is Amy leaving? Then I look at the chat and other people are saying, yeah, really, I don't think he knows. I'm really going to leave. I'm going, what the fuck have I done? And then I started looking at Keith's text. I was like, oh, what the fuck's Keith done then? Nothing. I was like, what's going on? Then I went to the back of this and I saw you've got a thing. It said, question, have you got permission from the whatever streamer? Because this is if you don't, then we're gonna shut down your stream. So I was like, well, I don't, but it's fucking law and crime, for fuck's sake. Why do I need permission for that? So I just fucking, once I saw everyone start to leave, I just ended the stream. So I don't think I've been copyrighted on it, but it was close. If I hadn't seen Amy's boobies, then I probably would have left it up. I was just like, oh, it's not like Amy just to like say, fuck you, I'm leaving. So that's why I was like, oh, there must be something wrong. That's why I started looking. Thank you to Hippie Chick, Robin, everyone, Dana, Dennis, everybody. I don't even sure who else messaged. Thank you, all of you, for messaging. For messaging and stuff like that, and telling me that it was down. Yeah. I don't know why I'm getting all these strikes. I didn't get a strike there. Mike T. Armstrong, hello, Mike. Win for defense so far. I also saw that what's the vote count by the jury on the chart? We don't know. We don't know, Raul. They won't tell us. They won't tell us. Don't remember to play videos for a while. They are out to get you. There must be. Everyone else is playing videos. Everybody is. Every other streamer's playing videos. But that's why I had to do the 2-minute thing, I'm still going to be playing videos, but not today, obviously, or not as often. And I definitely can't play videos long theme. But that video was on Twitter. It wasn't even fucking on YouTube. It was on Twitter. So it seems like I have to. I don't even know if it's. I think somebody's after me. I don't know who it is. I don't even think it's the author, or I think it's just people out there that are after me at the minute. But we'll see. I'm used to the 2-minute thing. I mean, 2 minutes is long. When they said keep it short, I was like, okay, what as short as that? Like, yeah, okay, 30 seconds. Like, no, you need to last a little bit longer than 30 seconds. I was like, I'm not sure how to. Can you show me how? Stretch it to 2 minutes now. No, it's not. I thought, because both times it's been law and crime. I don't think it's law and crime. Obviously, I think that it's third party. Somebody must be It's not even the streamers. I think it's just people out there, as in people that don't like me. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I'm not gonna. Other streamers are doing it. YouTube have not. I don't believe stricken me, so that's fine. They haven't done it, so it was. I could have continued. Maybe I don't know. Please press a like. Oh no, they don't. They don't tell you. Once you get the charge, they tell you. I think, but I didn't. I don't know who just now complained. I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see. Hey, yeah, agree, Gary. Agree. Dana, hang on, hang on. Now we're talking about getting streams banned. We've got a pro in our midst. We got a pro in our midst. Mighty Meat, Mighty Meat. I was thinking about you last week. I've missed Mighty Meat. Mighty Meat, the king of getting his channel taken down on YouTube. I think he's lost like 2-3 channels now. He is on a Rumble exclusively at the minute. Mighty Meat, brother from another mother. So yeah, how you doing, fella? Hope you're well, buddy. Not seen you for ages. I know why you're coming out now. You're fucking. I know this week is your like Super Bowl. Tomorrow's your Super Bowl, isn't it? It's the way YouTube works. With any strike you give, you receive greater scrutiny. I wouldn't mind, but it wasn't even fucking YouTube. Oh, I suppose because yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Strange. No one has a single bad word about you. No, there's a lot of people that don't like me. So I'm not always as calm. Sometimes I have told people to go fuck themselves on Twitter and told them to stick dildos up their asses because they're so uptight. So yeah, I mean, there's a few people that don't like me. I stand by what I say all the time. But fuck them. What's up, buddy? Sorry, be busy. No, it's all good, brother. It's all good, brother. It is. It's interesting. It is strange. Good to see you. Missed you around here. We do. Well, I don't miss him. I missed him like a sore head. But but yeah, it's always good. I wasn't sure what you're up to. I knew that this was a busy season for you, so I was just going to be like, right, he's tied up for the next few months. Is what I thought about you. I'd go for the mighty cut as well. Do you like the mighty meat cut? Where's this? Where's this big news then, Sean? This is what I'm waiting for. People keep asking me, where's this news? I don't know. Carol, there you go. Approve. Somebody as well join the group. There you go. Somebody as well. Who's that woman? The cupcake. I saw she thought that Keith was accusing her of getting me kicked off. So I think we've just lost a viewer. But I read that. I was like, he doesn't mean Keith doesn't mean. Oh, okay, we've lost one. I mean, this is what I mean. We do lose people, but that was no one's fault. We'll still blame Keith though. Oh, it's well. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But she seemed all right. She seemed hot. To be fair, so I'm a bit gutted she's gone. Sean, Dana loved her. Sean always leave us hanging. Let me text him. Let me entertain you. Always blame Keith. Whatever you do, always. Love me some Sean. Well, hopefully you're here on Thursday, my darling. Amy, my darling, and we will be watching. I don't know what I'm talking about right now, but we will have Sean on. I got a few announcements, I think, on Thursday. A few announcements. Let me text him. Bum, bum, bum. Get in. Bum, 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 bum. Here we go. Right, I've messaged him. Whilst I've messaged him, what do you guys think of this? My new merch. This is the back of it. This is the front of it. This is one side. Hang on. One sleeve says El Chatti El Jefe and cheese and rice. The other side says El Chatti and the alternate corner. And my favourite bit of all is the label. The label is Dane and Dennis walking down the street. Dane and Dennis, the best you can meet. Dane and Dennis. That's the label. So, and my new T-shirt. Yeah, I think it's in different colours, but the grey one I went for. Then you got this one, T-shirts with that in the back as well. So there you go. A couple new merch out there. I got a new logo out as well for our new show, for my new show. Oh, that'll go up next week as well. So the duck one's a little bit more expensive, because I've got all the other bits. So it's like $60, but that includes all shipping, all taxes, everything. So still a good deal, I think. I got a new show. Yes, it'll be announced in. It's going to be once a week, and it'll be announced. I don't know when I'm going to announce it. They are good quality though. The hoodies are very good quality. They're the best of the best. To be quite honest with you, they are good quality. New show. I'm not going to say what it is yet, but it'll be announced very shortly, and it'll be once a week kind of show. Will be, so it won't be anything massive. So, but hopefully people will enjoy it. Bow, 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 bow. Musical bingo. No, it's a topless stream. Oh, fuck. Why did I say it's a topless stream for? You're ruining the surprise. Fuck. It's my waxing stream. Hey, let's get some waxing. Oh, by the way, Lisa Reed. Is it Lisa Reed who's got me the native? This is great now. Native. I love it. I need to get some. I'm going to speak to Lisa Reed. I think Lisa Reed's going to sort me out, and I'll give her some money to get me some more products for native, because since I shaved my armpits, it's smooth like a baby's ass. Hello, Deb. How are you, my darling? I said this morning I'm missing you. Where are you? Rhode Island's on fire. Mr. Rhode Island's in fire. The rain. So I thought Mr. Rhode Island must be in trouble. Tease. Hey, hit me, baby, one more time. Topless. I used to do topless streams, Sasmas, but then I used to get banned, so I stopped doing them as often then. It is awesome. I'm wanted to try it as well. The tar one, I think, as well. And Lisa Reed mentioned some other bits and bobs for me. So yeah, I need to do something. People think I'm not joking. I used to do topless streams. I've done quite a few of them. Didn't get many members though from it, so stop doing it. Boom, 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 bam, 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 boom, 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 bam, 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 bam. Try the body wash. So I've got Lush. So I'm trying to do the whole vegan good stuff. That's what I try and do. So yeah, but I will try other stuff. You're right. Maybe if it's good, then it's good for the environment. I'll do it. I do bottom streams. Tracy, she can't see it. That's why. She's like, fucking Dana. It's just so frustrating. Get your trousers up. I can't fucking see it, Dana. If I can't see you, what's the point, Dana? Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Get your prawn out, Dana. Dana the prawn man. Dana the prawn man. Dana loves prawns, and obviously so does Tracy. Dana's a prawn man. Choo choo. Dee 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 dee. It's funny because Mr. Rhode Island now has to go shopping every time Deb tells him. It's like he thinks he's going to put his feet up and retire. It's like, how long is he going to last before he's like going to get a part-time job or something? There's a new show called Boston Confidential. No, nothing to do with Boston. Nothing to do with Boston. No response from Mr. El Jefe anyway, so hiding under the shelf. Hiding the shelf, a little bit of shelf in the country. Dana is an elf, that's why he's got a small dick. Da-da-da-da-da. Dana Leonard with his small bits. Dana has a prawn between his legs. Dana uses prawn just like a stick. Baby, baby. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. So what is this case? I know this shouldn't have said. Well, it's a bit fucking late now. This case is done. We're on verdict watch. It's about a wife who was 5'1", allegedly killed her husband, dragged him out to the fire pit, and he's like 6'4", 300 pounds or something. But I think a lot of us believe she may be involved, but her son, who was on the farm every day, he's sus as fuck. So I don't know. But yeah, that's basically it. Thanks. Now, when I watch Resist the Silence, I'm going to have flashbacks of Dana with his prawns out. He's got his prawn, Dana. He loves his prawns, Dana. He loves prawns, Dana. He loves prawns, so does Tracy Marie. Da 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 da. Da. Poor Tracy. Poor Tracy. Poor Tracy. Ba 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 ba. Poor Tracy with Dana Leonard. Ba ba. It's all about a Farris wheel. I know. All about the Farris wheel. Bum 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 bum. Du, 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 du. Well, fuck. I see that, but try to catch. There's so much reasonable doubt. There's so much. I don't think he can. She may be guilty, but I don't think he can say it because Scott is so sus as well. So there's too much. Scott is not sus. Melody is guilty. I mean, that's your opinion, Joe. You have your opinion, but other people have other opinion. So I wonder how much the estate is paying for Melody's defense. They're all money is under lock and key, isn't it? No, they just came back and said they're at an impasse, hung jury, but the judge told them to get back until they get a verdict. I'm excited to know what your new show is going to be, Dylan. Yeah, I hope you will be, and I hope everyone will be excited. As I say, it's one day. It's only gonna be like one little show a week. That's all. It's nothing major, so don't worry. But it'll be on this channel. It'll be on this channel. Me and Mighty B tried to do a channel before. We were both fucking shit at it. Oh, New show, yes. Oh, should I just answer? Yes, new show. I'll announce it soon. And he just said it's not announced yet. So we need to find a crime movie to watch together in between. Yeah, well, I can't stream stuff like that though. That's the only problem. Daffy Dill. Unfortunately, hi Robin G. Scott wasn't physically present, was he? Did the during the crucial time? Don't know. We don't know. We don't actually know when it all went down properly. So he was about, yes. So I just think it's all sus. That's a cool heart. Thank you very much, Miss H Gold. You came to the second stream. Make sure you like the first stream because I got kicked off, copyrighted again. Well, not true. I caught it just before I got copyrighted and lost my channel. So thank you to those that warned me. I was like, well, everyone got kicked off the stream except for me, and then I saw the chat. So, okay. Fuck's sakes. I have it all. It's all good. Okay. He's got it all set, just hasn't been able to post it yet. I have. Yeah, no, I have to show everybody, obviously, my hey. PSD now, when streams go to an ad, I think it has ended. Shit. That's free. It's not about it being free. It's not. It's. I can't play any movies or anything on here. Nothing. I could probably play Resist the Silence, and that's about it. And Sean. Hi, Miss H Gold. Hi, Robin. Hi, everyone. Hi, Miss Gold. Hey, Kathleen, my darling. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well. Nice to see you, Kathleen, as always. Rhode Island's on fire. Deb's hair is on fire. Yeah. What happened? So I played this stream on from Twitter for Court TV, and I got a warning to say your stream is about to be closed down. Only continue if you have permission from the streamers, which obviously I don't. But I don't know. I closed it down anyway, so I don't think I got a strike or anything. I would have heard, I think. So we'll see. I'll take a look later on to see properly. New haircut looks good. Thank you. I went too close. I need to do some stuff to it, but yeah. It wasn't supposed to look like that, but it is what it is. I wonder what Martha. I think she's quite happy. I think it's either going to be hung, or you give the defendant the benefit of the doubt, not guilty potentially. But we don't know how close it was for guilty, not guilty. I might stream on YouTube just to lose another channel. I highly recommend. I hope that we get a verdict today, so I don't have to stream tomorrow. And the only thing I have to do tomorrow is go on Resistant to Silence. Hi, Kathleen. Raoul. Martha is wise in attack antics. Haker looks good, Dylan. Thank you, Kathleen. You're always nice to me, my darling. There's nothing interesting on that channel. There's loads interesting on Resistant to Silence. Unfortunately, the viewers will dip tomorrow night. Why, you ask? Because I'm on there. We're here. 6:30 Eastern, 11:30 in the evening UK time. I will be on Resistant to Silence. And then Sean is joining me on Thursday, 12 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock UK time. Hi, Gary in Rhode Island. Martha knows. Can't wait to see you on Resistant to Silence. Thank you. Yeah, I can't wait. I don't know what we're going to talk about. I don't know what's going on. I think there's a lot of stuff that we can get into. I'm looking forward to chatting with Dana and Tracy, and I'm also conscious to not swear as much. So I'll be very conscious of that. Like, nope, don't swear. Don't swear counter next to me. What happened? I just got my stream just got cut. That's all, Christine. It's all good though. We're back. Guess who's back? Back again. I am back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? I'm back, Christine. Christine Fortunato from New Jersey. Oh, oh, Rot Rilty. I agree, Raoul Melody scheming her entire life. You will be great. Oh, I know I'm going to be great. I'm going to be awesome. I'm joking. No, I just hope people enjoy it and understand what I say. Do an lecture stream tomorrow. Well, if I did a lecture stream, Raoul, my stream will be yeeted. Keep an eye out for Mighty Meat, though, because he probably is dumb enough to get a channel yeeted. Yeah, I don't do. I'm interested in politics, but I don't do it for this very reason of losing channels and stuff. There should be other options who pay creators other than YouTube. There should be other options who pay creators other than. Yeah, you're right. There should be. You have Rumble, but it's really, I got a Rumble channel. I have one. It's just really hard to get it going. Then there's a couple of other sites, but no one goes. Everyone goes to YouTube. Do you know what I mean? Everyone's on YouTube. You know, that's unfortunate. There's no Rumble. They're so far behind though. Doing Rumble, but I need to promote my Rumble channel more. That's for sure. I do need to do that. No Brawl, no on YouTube. The channel would be full god, yes. Do we have verdict? No, Christine, my darling. Christine Fortunato, we do not have a verdict yet. So what happened, Christine, is the judge came in, the jury said, oh, hang on, let's play it. Let's play it. Why am I speaking? Here we go. Christine, just for you, my darling. Just for you. Does Rumble pay? It does, but you have to pay it as well. You know, and then you have to get X amount of viewers. It's just a nightmare. It's just a nightmare. I need to boost it back up, but it's a nightmare. We're just going to hang out and chat. It's been a bit, and you can swear all you want. We're not monetized. We get occasional cash apps, which we appreciate, but swearing is encouraged. Yeah, absolutely. This is why I do the coffee stuff as well, because I might lose my monetization. So I'm trying to get that off the ground. So if I do get yeeted, like Aiden did, then at least I got that, because I can't do cash apps and stuff. Right, here we go, Christine. For you, Fortunato, and for anyone else who missed it, this is it.
All right, we have a note that says that they are hung and do not feel like they will be able to come to unanimous verdict. So my plan is just to bring them in and tell them that they're the best qualified jury that there is to hear this case, and to send them back out and tell them to continue deliberating.
That's what we talked about?
Yeah. All right, and I've written up a little bit, but nothing.
Basically, Christine, that's it. So he told them, go back and don't come back until you get a verdict, which I do not agree with. I've looked at Kick. It's the same thing, though. No one's there. You know, no one's there. That's the problem. No one goes to these sites, you know, so that's the problem, you see. And swearing is encouraged. Yes, absolutely. It's encouraged everywhere, even here. Sarah P is missing today. Sarah P is supposed to be my mod to stop me swearing, but she's not here. So we'll swear as much as we want because Sarah P is not here. Woohoo. Oh shit, yeah, actually. It's all good. Sarah needs a break. Sarah needs a break. She works hard. You and me were meant to be walking free in harmony. One fine day we'll fly away. Don't you know that Rome wasn't built in a day? Hey, hey, hey. So I understand there is a trial going on right now. It's a body dumped murder trial, which I'm not covering. It's funny how people do not research trials and just jump on any old trial. We will not be doing that. Well, we might be doing one on Wednesday. It's about a 10-month-old baby. Oh, hang on, let me get it here for you. I might be doing this one if I got enough time, and we might play catch up on it. I think what it is the streams. It's a pool stream, so anyone can stream from it. You only need to ask permission. So that's why they don't do it. But everything else is a little bit different, I suppose. It's unique to them. Here we go. Consider the donation to the channel. Always appreciated, but never required. Buy me a coffee or PayPal. Those are always the two best ways to support this channel and to keep me afloat and to keep me going as a channel. Without your support, there is no channel. So thank you so much for those that do support. And even being here, that is a sign of supporting as well. So thank you, everybody, as always, for your support. Right, this is what I was gonna play. Then we'll start talking about something. Babysitter arrested in, oh, for fuck's sakes, in death. So it's a babysitter arrested in death of 10-month-old girl left for 5 hours in car that reached 133 degrees. Deputies. A babysitter, so that's her. Her name is Rhonda Charmaine Jewell, 46, left a 10-month-old infant in a car that reached the temperatures of 133 degrees Fahrenheit. Deputies said Mugshot Baker County Sheriff's Office. So that's her. Hang on, let me just check this. Okay, no, that's fine. A babysitter is accused of leaving an infant girl. You can see what I've been doing. Dr. Sasquatch been searching. I've been searching these like soaps and stuff for my balls and lotions and stuff, like, you know. So the 10-month-old victim, but sheriff highlighted the magnitude of the tragedy felt throughout the county yesterday. As a sheriff of a small community, posting the details of the tragedy is very hard for me, he wrote via Facebook. But I'm asking my community to respect the privacy of the victim's family, to please join me in prayer for the family and everyone involved. Deputies claimed that Rhonda Charmaine Jewell, 46, picked up the 10-month-old girl from the mother's house in the city of Maclenny at approximately 8 a.m. on Wednesday. She had been babysitting the girls on and off since since June. Investigators said that day she was supposed to look after a total of 4 children, which included the victim. Rhonda drove to another residence in South Maclenny, where she was going to babysit other children as well. They wrote. Children as well, they wrote. Rhonda arrived and went into the residence, leaving leaving the infant in the vehicle. It wasn't until the mother of the infant arrived around 1 p.m. to pick up the infant that Rhonda realized the infant was left in the vehicle. The internal temperature of the car reached more than 133 degrees Fahrenheit, according to the arrest affidavit obtained by Law and Crime. Temperatures outside were 98 degrees, authorities said. Deputies claimed Jewell left the child in the vehicle for at least 5 hours. The baby was taken to Fraser Memorial Hospital and pronounced dead, deputies said. Medical staff found the baby's internal temperature to be 110 degrees Fahrenheit, which was the highest the thermometer could. Oh, fuck, all right, okay. The girl's external, oh shit, hang on. Okay. So Sean posted a teaser to say, "Crazy Sean's having crazy thoughts. Keep your eyes open." So okay, so he did post that. Julie Carpenter, she's obsessed. All she does every day is post about Turtle Boy and everyone. Get a life, for fuck's sakes. How sad are you? Right, sorry. Jill faces a count of aggravated manslaughter of a child. She was released from the Baker County Detention Center on a $25,000 bond, deputies told Law and Crime. Her attorney George Herbert Nelson declined to comment, telling Law and Crime that the public defender's office does not comment on pending cases. Each of us are given the gift of life every morning we wake up and every evening when we finish our day. We are blessed if our family is safe and healthy. Roden said, in the blink of an eye, our world can be turned upside down. Please be mindful of this when trying to understand this tragedy that took place in a small town yesterday. So there you go. There you go. That's what that was about. Let me get the stream back up. That's, there's another case, right? Just like it. Fuck. There's another street. A husband got arrested for his child being in the car. Where was that? Was that Arizona or somewhere? For some reason, I think it's in one of those regions, Arizona, Nevada. Anthony, thank you, Anthony, for that. Who got it? Tara Boston got it. There you go. Thank you, Anthony, for that free membership. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Don't get Dig show their stuff. I won't. No, I won't show up anymore. Azzy Guy, you rock. Azzy Guy, thank you for the gift membership. Probably saw what wrong. Thought you said dingled. Praise up. Daffy Dill, you would. It's heart wrenching, yes. It is heart wrenching. Anything from Sean? No, apart from he's got everything set up to go. He's just waiting for the go ahead from his source. That's all. And he's not going to ding his source until the source tells him to post it. So we'll just have to wait. Robin, yes, here in Arizona, a man left his daughter in the car while he played video games. Yeah, he said something like, "Yeah, but I had the air conditioning on." Dude, you do not fucking leave. Oh, for fuck. Like, I know it can be annoying. Your child's in the car and you wake them and stuff, but that's much better than leaving her in the fucking car, you dickhead. You just don't do it, no matter if you're home or not. Josie, that's horrible, absolutely horrible. How the hell do people leave kids in a car? I don't get it myself. I live in a very rural area and I live in a very quiet area, where everyone knows each other. I would never. I mean, now I wouldn't because I live next to a paedophile. But I mean, before that, that was terrible. I wasn't the mother doctor. Yes, she was. Great brain, Amy. Amy, boobies. She was a doctor. Yes, or she is a doctor. Sorry. I know Dana, collectively, hubby, and I have 5 kids. We have never left our kids in the car accidentally or otherwise. He did it as a habit. You don't forget kids. He didn't forget about the kid. He deliberately left the kid there. He said he does it all the time. I was like, why? Why? Just crying. Do we talk about crying? Fucking corn pops here. Hey, hey, corn. So I don't get it. Yeah, it's better to overcheck sometimes. But yeah, he deliberately left them in the car. Wasn't even wasn't even a thing. Do you know what I mean? Just left them there. He does it all the time, allegedly. It wasn't the first time. Was that the one where the child had a learning disability? I don't think so. I think the child was fine. No learning disability. I don't think they had a learning disability, but I could be corrected. I could be corrected, Miss Gold. The kid was supposed to be sleeping, bro. My son is too quiet for too long, and I can check on. Yeah, he said that they sleep in the car all the time with the air conditioning on, and the air conditioning got turned off because the car ran out of wherever. But it's like you just don't do it. I can't put. What a piece of crap. Yes, shit. Yes. I have 3 kids and Tracy has 1. Neither of us have ever done that. No, you just wouldn't, though, would you? Perfect use of the word. Fixed logic. Daffy Dill, they should have. You can push the pussy to yell. Ugh. Sorry, yawning again. I can't fathom it. Cannot fathom it. It's just too much. All right. Yo, 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 yo. He was playing games, Kathleen. He was inside playing games. That's the problem. He was inside playing computer games. That's why I'm interested in this trial to see how this one will go compared to his one. I don't think there's any excuse. I don't get it. Bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. Ba-dum, bam. Ba-dum, bam. I do that with my titties. I look at me and Dana and Dennis with our tits out. Bow, 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 bow. Dana's got 2 titties out. Bow, 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 bow. Anyway, right. So I can't play videos anymore. So this is going to be a fucking long day. It's a long day. No, actually, I can fucking play Judge, can I? Judge Judy. Is it Judy? No. You know what I mean? The Judge Boyd. Judge Boyd. Okay, thanking you. Hang on, Josie. I see you. Josie. Josie. Oh, some movement in court. It shook. Oh, yeah, thank you. I will do that. I'll play this. Fuck it. I'll play this. I don't think the court TV won't do anything to me, will they? Right, let me get court TV up. Here we go. I'll stop every 2 minutes just in case. No, I'll do it. I'll just stop every 2 minutes. 5th of November, yes. No way, baby. I gotta be in the mood for dancing and wait, baby. There's so much data, so much for wait, baby to go through. Right, hang on. Let me do this. Yeah, go to wrongfulpod.com, Les, and dive in. That's the best place to go and dive in. What I mean by videos, I have to now pause every 2 minutes and speak. Yeah, that's the one. Wrongfulpod.com. It's the wrongfulpod.com. Bum bum bum. No dom on com. Oh, Erica Sinclair, hello to you, my darling. Everything's well here. Hope you're well. Thank you very much, my darling. Yeah, please remind Dylan to pause chat. Yeah, and do. I think he'll be fine, but I mean, I should just pause it just in case. Right, anyway, here we go, people. And Dana's nip. I just love that Dana's got his nipples out as we're watching this. Let's go.
Now for what's trending in true crime. Charges have been upgraded against an Arizona father accused of leaving his 2-year-old daughter in a hot car for hours before she died. All of this while he allegedly was playing video games. 37-year-old Christopher Schultz now faces felony first-degree murder and felony child abuse in the death of little Parker Schultz. He told police.
I would go to wrongfulpod.com. It gives you a great overview and gives you a little bit of the stuff that happened. I've got the full. If you want to watch the actual trial, I've got the full in my playlist, full trial in my playlist if you want to. Also, I got interviews from Zach's brother, Sol, on my channel. But yeah, I would definitely go to wrongfulpod.com, and then I would go to the site, freezacharianson.org, I believe it is. So just so you can, see everything. Mine are in order, yes, Les. Mine are in order, yes. Mine are 100% in order. Doo-doo-doo.
Police said he left the girl sleeping in the back seat last month with the air conditioning on. Here's Craig Smith of Scripps News Tucson with the story.
Marana police say the 2-year-old girl died after the father left her in the back seat of the family car for more than 3 hours. The man told police that he left the engine and the air conditioner running, but he also knew that that car would shut itself off fairly quickly. The young girl died on July 9th. Marana police originally said Christopher Schultz left the 2-year-old girl in this car with the air conditioning running, but the air conditioning shut off. He said he had left the child in the car before and did not want to wake her because she was sleeping. This is one of her own company cars, but it has a feature the car in this case had too. If you put this car in park and leave the motor running, the car will shut off automatically in 30 minutes. And police say Christopher Schultz knew that. According to the interim complaint, the family's other children, aged 5 and 9, told police Schultz often left all the children in the car, and on this day was distracted by a video game and by...
That's all you need to know. Distracted by a video game. Les, so that is a full playlist. I got 2 playlists. That is and at the bottom of the playlist, you'll see my 2 interviews with Zach's brother, Sol, as well.
Putting some food away. Schultz's wife is a medical doctor. Investigators say she came home about 4 p.m. and asked where the 2-year-old was. The report says Schultz searched through the house, then remembered the girl was still in the car. By that time, the car and its air conditioning had stopped. Police say by late afternoon, the temperature was 109. Schultz told police he had returned home with the girl by about 2:30. Police found neighborhood surveillance video that showed they'd returned at 12:52, about 2 hours sooner. The child's mother tried to revive the child, but could not. Police say as an ambulance rushed the child to a hospital, the mother texted Christopher Schultz, "I told you to stop leaving them in the car. How many times have I told you?" Schultz responded, "Baby, I'm sorry." The mother texted, "We've lost her. She was perfect." Schultz said, "Babe, our family, how could I do this? I killed our baby. This can't be real." Craig Smith, KGUN 9.
Tragic story all around. And this morning, we are asking why first-degree murder charges instead of the original charge of second-degree murder. Let's bring in our wonderful panel of guests. We have former homicide prosecutor Melba Pearson still with us, criminal defense attorney and former public defender Michael Riley, and retired DEA supervisory special agent Michael Wilhite Sr. is with us. Thank you all for being here and for breaking down this really heartbreaking story. But it's an important one. And Michael Riley, I want to start with you. First degree murder versus second degree murder, but it doesn't mean that he's any more intentional because it's felony murder. Can you break that down and react to whether or not prosecutors should have taken it this step?
Yes, thanks, Julia. It's great to be here. I think there's several factors that led to the charge getting brought up to a murder 1 as opposed to a murder 2. First and foremost, we're talking about July in Arizona, 109 degrees outside. Second, we know that Christopher Schultz's vehicle was going to shut off. He knew it was going to shut off. It did shut off. And third, for over 3 hours, he sat inside playing video games and never went outside to check on Parker. Just a heartbreaking case, Julia.
So heartbreaking for everyone in the family. Michael Wilhite, can you talk to just the investigating part of this case? You have officers first knowing that there's a child that is deceased inside of a car, but they don't stop there. That doesn't automatically get them to thinking that this may be a murder case.
Right, Julia. How are you doing? They're going to definitely look into cooperate as far as, and I think you already mentioned that in the prelude, that when he actually arrived, they're looking at cameras, from the residence, from the streets and stuff to see when he actually arrived. They found that he drive 2 hours earlier than what he stated he did. They're going to be talking to the other kids too to see if either there's a pattern. They discovered that apparently he's left him in the car before. Texting the apparently texting between him and the missus after she tried to revive the child. The search reflects that he's done it before, and they've talked about his pattern before. Also, they're gonna look at talk to the neighbors. They're gonna talk to as far as if there's daycare or school officials. Check medical records and everything. See if there's a pattern. Beyond just him leaving the child.
Well, the pattern is he did it for every single one of his children. That's the pattern. He did it for every one of his. It's a joke. He shouldn't be.
In the car, the kids in the car.
Melba, Michael, well, thank you for that. But Melba, I want to talk about the human side of this, the parent side of this. You know that this is a dad who seems like he was truly remorseful, cannot believe that he did something like this. And a defense likely will be looking into distracted syndromes. Forgotten baby syndromes is one that a neuroscientist in the Justin Ross Harris case, David Diamond, brought forward, where there's a neurological part of it where this person's brain just completely forgets because he looked for her in the house, thought she was in the house at the time. But first degree versus second degree, your thoughts on prosecutors saying, no, we're going to go even tougher with this?
Yeah, and as a former prosecutor, I hate to say it, I think it's an overstretch. I think it's an overreach. I think second-degree murder would have been appropriate, as well as even possibly manslaughter. If I was charging it, I would probably charge second-degree murder with the option for the jury, if that is permissible in Arizona, as a lesser included offense, to be able to pick manslaughter if they thought the
Or how about just pick one? Like he fits in, like manslaughter. If you think, hedge my bets, murder 2 or manslaughter, just go with manslaughter then. I hate hedging your bets for stuff. You should do it with whatever. If it's manslaughter, it's manslaughter. If it's murder 2, it's murder 2. If it's murder 1, it's murder 1. I do not believe this is murder 1. Murder 2, yeah, I can understand. But
facts warranted it. Based on the text messages between the husband and wife, it sounded like, listen, he may not have been the greatest dad in the world, but it didn't sound like he wanted to kill his child. It doesn't sound like there had been abuse in the home. If that came to light, then I would have a different viewpoint. But it just seems, and we have heard of this so many times before. I believe it was in Georgia where a man left his child in the car and then got on the train and went to work and completely forgot his child was still in the car seat. And sadly, she passed away. So these things do happen. Yes, charges are appropriate, but I don't think he was intentionally, because this is a felony murder, you have the child abuse aspect, and then it was elevated to felony murder because of the fact she died. I still think it's too much. I think the family is grieving very deeply. I think he's very remorseful. This is, to me, a second-degree murder or a manslaughter.
Now, Schultz has said, as we've mentioned, he had done this before. He left her inside of the car with the AC running and that everything was fine. But the complaint in this case reveals that at the time he was distracted by not only video games, but putting groceries away. That's what he told police. And so it leads us to ask, should he, if this goes to trial, if this gets to that point, should he take the stand in his own defense? Michael Riley, this is one of those cases. It's not a self-defense case where we often say it's almost course, you have to take the stand if you're the defendant. But in a case like this, where you have the wife, the mother of this child, fully supporting her husband, she pleaded for him to get bond, and he did, with the judge saying this was just a tragic mistake. Is this something that he would need to relay himself to the jury?
I think it's a strategy the defense should seriously consider. He likely has no criminal record. He can take the stand. I think a jury is going to have sympathy for him. He lost a child. His wife would likely testify as part of the defense case, and his testimony would likely to be consistent with that. Especially if the state is going to go forward with this murder one charge, I think he has a lot of incentive to get up on the stand and tell his story. And if this was maybe a negligent situation, a reckless situation, I think his testimony could help enforce that. And if not get him an acquittal, which I think would be very difficult, it might support a finding of a lesser included offense like a murder 2 or a manslaughter.
Michael, will I talk about how public perception is of these cases? I mean, they are the headlines that grab people's attention. It breaks our hearts. But parents, if there are parents on that jury, do you think they will commiserate with him or feel much differently this tragedy that he was looking at video games, that he was putting groceries away? Are they going to be able to relate, or are they just going to look at him like a terrible, terrible parent?
I think it's going to be 50-50, Julia. You're going to have some that can relate to that. You know, hey, taking the groceries in.
Mum was a doctor, I believe. I think it's a doctor. So my understanding, and I'm only just paraphrasing this because we don't know for fact anything. I think we're all throwing stuff out here now thinking, is that she put a stop to it and told him, no more, you cannot do that anymore, blah, blah, blah. He said, I will never do it again. But obviously when she wasn't home, he would do it again. And that's the problem. But if she was around, he wouldn't do it. But when she wasn't around, he would just do it. So if she doesn't know, she doesn't know. Do you know what I mean? So I'm not going to speculate or throw her under the bus because I don't know how much she knew yet. And if she's a doctor, 12-hour shifts, she's not going to know everything that's going on in the house. But it was said in the text messages, like she had told him before, you got to stop doing that right away, type of thing. So I'm not going to criticize her until I know more about what she did or how much she knows. I don't know if you had a job. Fuck this guy. Yes, I agree.
Just briefly, leaving the kids in the car briefly. I mean, but also, Arizona, you have the other aspect, other part of the jurors. They're like, hey, how could you do that? But I'll tell you one thing. There is no punishment that the courts can give him that he's not been already punished for right now. Just the mere fact that he lost his child, it was through his negligence, and that's going to just run through his mind, through his soul for the remainder of his years.
It's such a difficult case, but thank you all for weighing in on it, breaking it down for us. We'll continue to follow this story out of Arizona. Michael Riley, I know we have to say goodbye to you. Thank you for your analysis this hour. Melba and Michael Wilhite are sticking around.
Yes. So he's been punished, and rightly so. I don't know what the correct. I don't know if murder 1 is it is the right one. I don't know. Whatever the right one is, he should be murder 2. I think. Yes, please hit the like button, please, people, because this is my second stream, so I'm struggling. Okay. Negligent manslaughter is what you think, okay. Touches on the console, he disappears. Dylan, do you know if there's any way that you can get permission from Nancy to show They content so you don't. So I don't think it's LNC, and I don't think it's Core TV. I don't think it's that. I think it's the streamers that they utilize on their. So the one I used earlier on was a body cam one. So I don't think it was Law and Crimes one. So I think that's the problem. I think if I play Jesse and stuff like that, I think they're fine. But if I play just somebody else's, that's where it gets a problem, I think. Good, it should be feel like shit every day of the rest of her life. First degree is nuts. I don't care life without parole ever. Yeah. Right. Let's pop into one of our favorite judges for now to see. Somebody asked about news from Sean. No, nothing. Last I know is just waiting for permission to post it. It's all ready. Just waiting for permission to post it. That's all I know. And I generally don't know what it is, people. If I knew what it was, I probably wouldn't have said anything, to be quite honest with you. I don't like to, tease like that. So, right. Let's have a look here then. Let's I am the one and only. Oh. Okay, we'll just watch some Judge Boyd. There's one here now. We'll watch this. It's a half an hour one. I won't get copyrighted with this one. Share screen. This is not live. I don't think Farris will stick as well. The charge has to fit. I could, but it's just I'll do another time. It's just it's ours. Do you know what I mean? It's ours. So I might play it in a little bit. We'll see now. I might play it a little bit, but I won't play the Zach trial because it's just too long. But we'll see now. We'll see. Here we go, Judge Boydie. Judge Boyd.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you entered a plea on May 20th, and each of these cause numbers, you entered a plea of guilty. The court found there was sufficient evidence to find you guilty. According to your plea bargaining agreement.
No, I appreciate it. Don't think that I wasn't appreciative. I am appreciative, Robin. I am. Thank you, Robin. Just in case I came across as being rude, I did not mean to be rude to you. Sometimes I come across as rude, and I do appreciate it. I do. Thank you, Robin.
Punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 10 years in the prison. There's a $2,000 fine. And in some cases, there's restitution, and the cases are to run concurrently. You're opposed to the application. Do you have any witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right, defense, do you have any witnesses?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right, call.
Yeah, so this will be question and answer.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So how do you know Jaime?
I know Jaime, I'm the middle sister of 5 kids.
And this can be a little tedious, but it's the legal system. We can't assume. So is he your brother?
So, yes, he is my brother.
Okay. And what do you do for a living?
For a living, I am a personal trainer and I'm a college student to go into nursing.
Is it safe to say you've known Jaime all of his life?
Yes, all my life. I left when I was 18. So I've known him since when he was I left and he was 12, but I kept contact with my whole entire family. I've come twice a year, sometimes 3 times a year. So I've been very involved in his life.
Do you know Jaime to be a violent person?
Absolutely.
Were you, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but were you shocked? How did you feel when you found out what Jaime had done? And
I was very shocked. So sorry. Because that's my little brother. He's the sweetest, brightest kid, enjoys playing. He dreams about the future. We all plan about the future together. So it was very shocking to hear because that is out of his character. That is not who he is. And it surprised me as much as it did to the rest of my family that this is what was happening. That is not of his character. So I know that there was other influences involved, and that is not an excuse. But I know when he's with his family, he is so gentle, kind, and would never want to hurt anyone.
And if the court were to place Jaime on deferred adjudication, community supervision, would he be able to live there?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask a question of you. Do you promise to monitor and mentor Jaime to make sure that he follows the rules of our society?
Absolutely. I mean, I want a time where he can come and live with me and just get him on the right path where he belongs. And I know that I'm going to do my best as far as I live, since I do come out a lot to my home, that I want to be a good guidance of him as well and support him.
Are you committed to also ensuring and helping that Jaime follows any and all orders of the court?
Yes, I'm very committed.
I'll pass the witness.
State.
Does your family still live? Okay, I don't want to say the actual
No.
address because we're streamed, but were you aware that one of these robberies actually happened a couple houses down from your home?
I was aware.
And it happened around 3 in the afternoon is my understanding. So he was at one point coming to your house and still committed these acts. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that it's alleged that in at least that incident, he had a handgun. Are you?
No.
Well, your brother looks like, if I do the math real quick, he's about 19 years old. Does that sound about right?
18. He will turn 19 this year.
Well, were you aware that it's illegal to own a handgun below the age of 21?
Yes.
Where did you get a handgun?
I don't know. I mean, we're in Texas too. Another law, so you can just get it done
No, there's
at any age.
there's still an age requirement on the handgun, but I'll pass the witness.
All right, any follow-up questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
How do you know Jaime?
He's my brother. I'm one of the oldest. I've known him all my life.
And how long have you lived in San Antonio?
30 years.
Okay.
I'm 30 right now. Yeah. San Antonio right now.
What emotions or what went through your head when you found your brother got arrested?
A lot of mixed emotions. I mean, anger. I mean, I felt like he let us down because I wasn't expecting that. Nobody was expecting that from him, especially knowing the way he was. I mean, back then he was always playing sports, dressed differently. He's a different kid. Started hanging around with a different type of crowd and totally changed him. And it disappointed me. It disappointed me bad because that's not what we teach them. That's not what we are. So.
Were you raised in a household that instilled good moral values or moral character?
Yes. My dad and my mom, always discipline was good, gave us good morals, values, go to church. Sure.
Okay. And so what do you do now for a living?
I'm a truck driver and I also do landscaping.
So, as most of you like to know, butter chicken with pineapples and rice. So, and some naan bread with it. Naan bread, I love it. Peshwari. Yeah, so that's where I'm going to be for the next little bit of time.
Are you willing to help guide and mentor Jaime to follow any and all orders from this court?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Why?
First of all, I mean, he's my brother. I love him, and I don't want to see him go down the bad path. You know, I don't want to see him go through that. So I'm always going to be there for him. I've always been there for him, and he knows that.
Okay.
So that's my promise. I mean, I'm going to try my best to. I've told him so many times that help you get your CDL. You know, that way you could get on trucking with me and everything. That's the way it is.
Are the crimes that Jaime committed consistent with your family's values?
No, sir. No, because we don't. I mean, I've never been in trouble with the law. None of my family members have been in trouble with the law. Like, you know, like basically been the first one who's ever should have been on that suit.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
State?
You were saying that Jaime was being influenced by other people. Who is that?
I believe his friends that he would hang around with when he was in school. Because the way whenever they would come and pick him up, sometimes I would. It's kind of not hard to see, you know, the way people dress and the way they are and what they're doing.
And at that time, you never said anything to Jaime?
No, I mean, I would tell him, like, you're hanging around with the bad crowd, but I mean, I didn't know what he was doing. He wouldn't tell us what he was doing until we found out when he got arrested.
And so you said that you lived there, so you're aware, again, that this crime happened maybe a house or two down from.
I wasn't aware that the crime happened because I wasn't here, I was working. So I wasn't even aware of what happened until we got the call.
And you were unaware and you weren't there because you were.
I was working.
And so have you switched jobs?
I'm a truck driver and I do landscaping.
So do you plan on switching jobs?
No, I make really good money as a truck driver.
I bet you do,
Yeah.
but part of it is that if you're saying that you're going to mentor him and monitor him, well, you weren't there the first time that this happened, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I was working.
No, I understand that, sir. I'll pass.
You know, when I get home or when I see him, I always talk to him and be there for him whenever he's there.
Pass the witness, Judge.
All right, any further questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, can you raise your right hand for me?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand and have a seat. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Jaime Torres.
All right, state. I'm sorry, defense.
Who is Jaime?
This is my son.
Okay. Do you understand that he robbed 3 people at gunpoint on 3 separate occasions?
Yeah, I understand that.
Are those actions consistent with how you raised him?
No, because I raised him. I think I raised him real good. I think so right now, I'm never make a mistake with my kids to raise him as a good boy, as a good citizen.
So, you know, these 3 crimes were committed over the course of 5 or 6 days. Did you ever have any problem with him when he was growing up in school?
No, nothing. He was a good kid, everything.
Did he ever get in trouble at school?
No, never. He was in sports. I tried to put on football, soccer, everything. He was good. A good kid. Sometimes I take him with me to go to work with me on the big truck. he's going with me and always. And then he said, hey, Dad, I want to be a truck driver when I grow up. I say, okay, that's good. That way you can help me to drive a truck. And I mean, it was everything was good.
So, I mean, it's hard to, I mean, did you not once ever get a phone call from a school principal or a coach stating that Jaime had acted up at school?
No.
Okay. And so, do you recall when he graduated?
Oh yeah, when he graduated. Yeah.
When was that? Last December?
No. Yeah.
Okay.
He get not on the school. It was another program that he gets. Yeah. He do it and he got his certificate.
Okay. And so if he made it 18 years of first 18 years of life, never even get in trouble at school, what happened, 4 or 5 months ago?
I don't know. I mean, sometimes you know your son. Sometimes for the people they how do you say?
So just to explain, this is a half-hour clip, okay? As you can see, Judge Boyd's incredible response after Teen's tearful sentence. So this is not this is just to see her response. It is. So I don't know what response is going to be. So this is what it is. There's another 20 minutes of it. If that makes sense. So we're not watching the trial. This is just her response to a sentencing she gives out.
They involve another kids or whatever, because I never shown that any bad thing, not to hurt anybody, not to rob any candy. I mean, not like that. All my kids, they're good. Thanks God, they're good. I think we were doing a good job, my wife and I. And I mean, it hurts. It hurts a lot to my son do that to the people, whatever they do. I mean, say sorry for them. I mean, I'm sorry. And I love my kid. I love him.
Was this, or has this been a wake-up call to the family that, I guess, the path that Jaime was starting to make, I don't know if you just say starting to go down, but progressing toward, for sure?
Mm-hmm.
And are you committed to getting him back on the right track?
Oh yes, of course, yes. I'll be a little bit more strong on that. I mean, and working with him and everything. Straight your life, because I don't want to see him in jail no more. Never, because it hurts. Did you see us on jail?
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Nothing from the state.
All right. Thank you. You may step down. Defense, you want to help him down?
Yes,
Thank you.
Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next witness.
I think that'll be it, Your Honor.
All right. Is there anything your client wishes to say?
He's fully prepared to answer anything.
No, I mean, if he wants to say something, he can. He'll be subject to cross-examination from the state. I mean, if he doesn't want to say anything, of course he doesn't have to.
No, you can't just give it the letter. You'd have to open the witness stand.
Otherwise, I will tell you all, both parties, I've reviewed refamiliarize myself with the stipulations, and I've listened to all of the testimony. I do understand that nobody wants their child to go to prison, right? But here's the problem, and I don't know, family, if you are aware what's in the stipulation. And one of the stipulations, guess what? When people make phone calls from the jail, those are recorded. And sometimes when people make phone calls from the jail, you get used to making phone calls from the jail. And even though the phone call from the jail will tell someone this is being recorded, they give you the whole thing. And then when it reaches the person on the outside on their line, it will tell them this is a phone call from, and I forget, they've changed the system that's used now. And they will tell you it's from inmate. And then they give all their numbers. And I know people say that people hanging out with the wrong crowd, that's the issue. But the people who are with him, if they were to come before me, you know what they would say? They would say, my son, my daughter, whoever it is, was hanging out with the wrong crowd. And I would say, who is it? And they would say it's him. And the reason why I bring up the phone calls is because in the case number ending in 4914, in the stipulations, you know what it says? And I always take notes, but I'm going to tell you what it says in the stipulations so you will know. On March 22nd, 2024, a jail call was located in IC Solutions. So whenever people are at the jail, they call and the person on the receiving end, usually they have to pay. The first call is always free. And it says IC Solutions of a call, Jaime. That's him because of all the defendants, he's the only Jaime. Jaime had placed to his mother on February 21st, 2024 at 13:33:54 hours. The call is in Spanish. I was advised by the clerk that in Jaime's call, he explains to his mother the details of his arrest. In the jail call, which had some static, Jaime is heard telling his mother that the guns were given to Gabriel. Gabriel was supposed to get rid of the guns, but he didn't and was caught with them. So when you all say he's hanging with the wrong crowd, I guarantee you Gabriel's mom and his family would be saying he's the wrong crowd because guess what? He gave me the guns and told me to get rid of them and I didn't. So this isn't a situation where, oh, somebody's never been in trouble before. They've never committed any aggravated robberies before. And, Gabriel is coming along, leading him astray. Because again, he's the one in the jail phone call to his mother, telling her that Gabriel was supposed to get rid of the guns and he didn't. And I understand people come to me, they say, hey, he's only 18. But in each one of these cases, somebody could have been killed. And for what? It was over Air Jordans. The other case was they go up to a guy who smells like marijuana and he's trying to sell marijuana, which by the way, Ethan is not getting that $50 back because you shouldn't be standing on the corner trying to sell marijuana. That's the cost of doing business. And so they ask him for change and then they take off running, pulling out guns. Any bystander could have been shot. And I guarantee you, if one of your family members were out there and they were running around pulling guns and they shot one of your family members, you would understand. And then they are going on offer up. I don't do offer up, but I imagine it takes a lot to go on offer up to see, first of all, oh, is somebody selling something on offer up? How do we set them up? There's some planning in that because you have to say, who's going to have the guns? Where are we going to meet them at? And how do we get this person's items that they're trying to sell without paying them? Offer some Air Jordans. So I've heard everybody's testimony. I've internalized the testimony. I'm not going to grant him deferred adjudication. He's going to prison. The only question is how long. State is requesting a cap of 10 years. Defense, I'm sure you want something less than a cap of 10. So I will hear argument as to the cap of 10. State, do you want to go first?
Yes, Judge. I believe 10 years is appropriate in this case. These are 3 separate incidents where guns were pointed at people again when they didn't need to be. It's 3 instances within 5 days with a 5-day span. It's a spree. People could have been killed. So the state is asking for 10 years.
All right. And defense, what are you requesting?
Your Honor, Jaime is 18 years old. You know, I'm concerned that, you know, in TDC, now he's going to be getting a higher education in criminal activity. He's certainly going to be punished, and community will be kept safe. But as you can see, once he is released from TDCJ, he has a tribe to help get him back on his feet and reintegrate him into society. Taking his youthfulness, you know, frankly, 5 years from now, he'll really just have become a man. His brain will have finally fully formed. And so I think a 5-year sentence is appropriate.
Okay. All right. This is what the court is going to do. In 2024 CR 4913, the court is finding you guilty. There's an affirmative finding of deadly weapon. This will run concurrent with 2, and I'm going to sentence you to 8 years in the prison. Give you credit for any time served. All right, we can go off the record. Here's the thing. There are some things, you know, when you're putting other people's life in danger, that's an issue. And there's no amount of tears that can take that back what you did. And all over a pair of Air Jordans. I know Air Jordans are expensive depending on which one you have, but you can't do it. And then your mind frame still wasn't right, because in the phone call to your mother, you're telling her that Gabriel should have got rid of the guns. I don't know what's wrong with young people running around acting like this is Grand Theft Auto and that there are no consequences. And the fact that your sister comes up here, she doesn't have any criminal history. She's trying to live her life in California, hoping that you're doing the same. Your brother doesn't have any criminal history. And it appears that your father has been in your life. There is absolutely no excuse. You don't even have the excuse that I grew up in the foster care system. And there are people in the foster care system who don't go around pulling guns on people. If you want things, you need to work for things. I don't know why you thought that instead of getting a job and buying your own Air Jordans, it was easier just to steal them. Do you understand? Now, when you go to prison, let me just tell you, prison is not easy. People be looking at you some sort of way, and I think you know what I mean. You need to keep your head down. Don't become institutionalized. Don't come from the prison with all these gang tattoos on your body. And definitely, if you are going to get tattoos, because I understand sometimes people have to join a side while they're at the prison. Here's the thing. Don't get any tattoos on your face. You understand? Don't shave your head and get tattoos on your head. Don't get tattoos on your eyelid. Don't do the face tattoos. Don't do any tattoos above this line. Do you understand? Because when you get out, hopefully you will get your life in order. You understand? And while you're there, if you need a GED, you can get a GED. It's free. Taxpayers will pay for it. While you're there, you can get your college degree. Guess what? It's free. Taxpayers will pay for it. Do you understand? All right. Good luck to you, okay?
You know what prison I would be going to?
No, your attorney will be able to let you know.
Judge, we did have one victim impact.
All right, excuse me, Mr. Torres. They have victim impact. All right, so everyone, here's the thing. I understand it's hard on y'all because he's only 18 and y'all wanted him to have probation. But I can't have you all wailing in the court, although I understand where it's coming from. But if you do, what's going to happen is going to put the deputies on alert. And when deputies go on alert, guess what? Everybody gets kicked out of the courtroom, okay? All right, so, and here's the other thing. Guys, just make sure you write letters to him at the prison and don't forget about him. You understand? Because some people get sent to prison and you know what? They come to court, because I've been a defense attorney. They cry. They don't want their relative to go to prison. And then guess what? I'm the only person who's writing letters to them. So you can visit him. You can write letters to him. You can put money on his books, and it's easy now because you know what? You can do it all electronically. You can go to Barnes and Nobles. You can send him books to keep him uplifted and keep him on his path. And when you send him letters and talk to him at the prison, remind him that you all are waiting for him. and remind him, do not get tattoos from here up to here. You understand? All right. You have victim impact?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Mr. Torres, I require that everybody treat everybody with respect. So nobody's going to be shouting. I just ask that you internalize what is being said. You may proceed.
I'm the one that you robbed for the pair of shoes. I come from a good family just like you. I also made similar mistakes in my past, so I feel sympathy for you. But I feel pain on behalf of your family. Your family loves you very much. Think deeply about where you want to be in life. Living the way you have only brings pain, distress, and suffering to yourself and those around you. What you did is wrong. Look at where your actions have led you. We are human. You make mistakes. We are imperfect. So for that, I forgive you. I don't want you to be in prison for 8 years. You're young and you made bad decisions. I understand that. I suggest you seriously reconsider your line of work. And I wish you the best of luck, and may God be with you.
All right. Thank you. Oh, Norma, the attorney has it. Yeah. And if you all will, you can always call the jail. And when he gets ready for transfer, they'll let you know which prison he's going to. And you can also, if you Google Texas offender and type his name in and date of birth, it will tell you which location he is at. And you'll be able to see the hours of visitation and when you can go visit. So I'm not your attorney, but here's my advice. He's young. He's just been sentenced to 8 years. When visitation comes up at the Bexar County Jail, you need to go over there and uplift him and let him know that you all are going to be there for him. So don't abandon him at this point. So somebody should always be writing letters to him. All right, everyone, we're going to go on the record. Court is calling 2024 CR 6568, State of Texas versus Isidore Heredia. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Your hand, Your Honor.
Defense.
Suzanne Kramer for Mr. Heredia.
And are you Mr. Heredia?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We're here for sentencing. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report, state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Judge.
And the TAP evaluation, state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes.
Any objections to either state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No.
All right. You applied for deferred adjudication. You entered a plea of no contest on September 17th. According to your plea bargaining agreement, punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 15 years in the prison. There's an affirmative finding of deadly weapon, and the state is opposed to your application. Are there any witnesses from either side? State?
No, state.
Defense?
No, Judge.
All right, so it's just argument?
Yes, Judge.
All right, state you're opposed. I'll hear your argument.
Yes, Your Honor. Because of the previous record and also the officials studies house.
All right, defense.
Yes, Judge. He has been to prison once before. It was back in 2017 for an ag assault deadly weapon, as you can see from the report. One of the good things I saw when I was going through this PSI, which you don't normally see, is that he is very motivated for treatment. The full-on safety. If you read the facts of this case, because of his drug and alcohol, primarily drugs, but some alcohol use on this particular day, he really does not remember the offense. It was his birthday was the next day. That's also the anniversary date of his grandmother's death, who he was very close to. He does live and would live with his grandfather, should you see fit to give him deferred. I know that it's an ask because he's been to prison once before. His misdemeanor history is, he's got, I think, a DWI conviction, and maybe an assault married conviction from a while ago. But, you know, if he goes to safety, that's like a good 9-month hit of intensive treatment that I think would serve him much better than going to prison, where he's not, even if he did therapeutic community, it's not going to do him as well. And clearly he needs, he's never really gotten any help from the system. He just went to prison on that ag assault. Looks like he did get deferred initially, but he wasn't really getting any kind of help. And I have talked to him. He has always accepted responsibility for this offense. He never did want a trial. He knew that he did wrong, which I think is shows that we might be able to actually get him the help that he needs so that he can get his life together. He goes to prison again. I'm not so sure he's going to get out, and with any of the help he needs, it's going to be just, I think, setting himself up to fail. Is there anything you would like to let the judge know?
You want to raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Go ahead, Edgar.
All right, what would you like to say?
I mean, I know I messed up, Your Honor. I understand that, but I mean, I really been to prison. I feel like if I go back, that's really just not going to do anything but help me. It's just really going to send me in a spiral. I mean, when I was on probation, I never got any help that I needed. I always wanted help. I struggled with doing drugs. When I lost my grandmother on my birthday, that kind of hurt. And then soon after, I lost my little brother who I initially grew up with. So it kind of sent me in a spiral. And then in prison time, I lost my son to CPS because the mother of my child was on drugs and didn't really want to try to get my son back. So that really hurt him. And the only support that I have is my mother, my father, and a good friend. He's still by my side no matter what. He's just encouraging me every day to do good and wants to see me do good. But I never had any type of help. I would really appreciate if I can get any type of help.
So you're telling me when you were on deferred adjudication, they didn't give you any help? Because according to what I'm reading from the criminal history, you were on deferred adjudication for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. There was a motion to revoke file. Now, I'm making assumptions. Usually when there's a motion to revoke that's filed, that means that they're alleging that you violated some conditions, and whatever condition you violate, they are supposed to address that if they're continuing to address that. For example, if there's a drug issue, then they'll address it by giving you drug rehab. If there is an anger issue, they'll address it by giving you a class on anger management. So you're telling me none of that was done?
No, I was on class doing a BIP bad intervention program class, and for them altering my days of class, which kind of gave me a revoke.
So you're saying they gave you BIP?
Yeah.
So this aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, that was against a relative or a family member? All right. And then you had the possession less than 28 grams. You were given deferred adjudication for that. And you were revoked. So you're telling me in all the time that you were on probation in those two instances, nobody offered you any help?
On the parent, and when I was on probation for the 6 years, they were supposed to send me to ISF, but due to COVID, they never sent me to none of those.
Okay.
And just as an aside, Judge, he's only, I think.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, just 1 second. Do you have any questions for him?
No.
State, do you have any questions? All right.
He's 28 now. So when all of these other offenses were happening, looks like it to be about 8 to 10 years ago, he was very young. And it really didn't have any, probably the emotional or the brain development to really have taken advantage of whatever he might have been able to take advantage of. But he's older now, much more mature, looking at 30. And I think he would take this seriously. Of course, if you so chose to give him deferred and he goes to safety and he doesn't comply with their rules, back he comes, and you can obviously send him to prison then. But I would like to see if maybe we could give him that chance.
All right. So here's my question. My understanding, your attorney is saying that you were going through some things. So according to the facts of this case, you're offering to buy an item for someone. Is that correct?
I don't recall, but if it says yes.
No, I mean, it's saying that somebody set up to buy an item. I don't know if this was on OfferUp or whatever it was on, but the person arrives to sell his item, and then a weapon is pulled on them. It was agreed that the purchase price would be $500. And then you pretended to reach in your pocket for money to pay. And then instead you pulled out a knife. and pressed it to the victim's ribs and told the victim you were going to steal the phone. And then you had the wherewithal to change, I guess, I'm from the 70s where you had CBs and stuff. So you change your handle from what it previously was to the P word. So, I mean, you had the wherewithal, even though, you know, you're saying you had drug-induced issues, you still had the wherewithal to go in and change your account name and everything. And you had the wherewithal to reach out to someone to make a plan to buy an item from them and then set up a place to meet. But you're saying all of this was in a drug-induced haze?
Yes, sir.
Do you see how that sounds?
I see how it sounds. Well, at the time I was doing Xanax, and Xanax, when I do them, it was causing blackouts in and out. So I really don't remember.
And then see, the thing for you not to remember, because you're telling me you're not remembering, obviously something happened that made you remember because you went in to change your name, your handle, from where this person, from where you had previously reached out to this person.
And Judge, of course, I'm not a psychologist, obviously by any stretch, but I mean, you know, over all of the years, I think while there, if he's in a drug induced and he can't remember anything later, I don't think that necessarily means that at the time he wasn't able to function and, obviously do what he did. He just doesn't recall it later once the drugs and the alcohol were off.
Okay. All right. Thanks for explaining that. I appreciate that. All right. I just don't think you're appropriate candidate for deferred adjudication. So I'm not going to grant your application. I'm going to find you guilty. There's an affirmative finding of deadly weapon. I'll ask for the therapeutic community because of your history. They may not place you in that. I have no authority to force them to place you there, but I do know if you don't ask for it, they definitely will not do it. I'll put in the judgment therapeutic community.
Thank you, Judge.
There's to be no contact. All right. Now, let's speak to time. According to the plea bargain agreement, it's cap of 15. State you're asking for 15. All right. Defense?
Well, of course, Judge, I'm going to be asking for less than that. I think he went 6 years on the last stint, possibly. So I was telling him that I would ask you if you would possibly be willing to consider 8. Should you not be willing to grant the deferred?
All right. All right. The court is going to sentence you to 15 years in the prison. I'll give you credit for any time served. Did you review the trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, we can go off the record. This is what I want you to understand. I take no joy in sending anyone to prison. I am still hopeful that you will do well. I know that 15 years is a lot of time. Any day that you spend in custody, even if it's an hour, it's a lot of time. I understand that. But you're going to have to change your ways, because otherwise what's going to end up happening is you're going to find yourself spending the rest of your life at the prison. And when you look at your history, if you pick up a new case, people are going to see that history, and your minimum is 25 years. And the law is the law. However, if you end up going to prison for 30 years, when it comes time for you to go to parole, they're going to look at your criminal history, and they may be inclined to let you sit there for the full 30 years. You understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. So there's still a chance for you to improve yourself, to get your life together. So while you're at the prison, there are plenty of programs that are there for you. Read, get an education. They will give you an education for free. If you don't have your GED, get your GED. Work on improving yourself and do not become institutionalized. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good luck to you. Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Maybe be excused.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. Right, back. That came out. Right, let me see if there's anything. Yeah, there's no sound because it came out of my mic. But thank you, Daffy Dale. Thank you, everybody that said about the ads and stuff. Yes, it does work. So, right. Thank you for not clicking the ads, I meant. All right. Hang on then. What's this one? The one with a drunken Dana. What do we do with a drunken Dana? Do with a drunken Dana. Early in the morning. Bara, drunken Dana, bara, drunken Dana, bara, a drunken Dana, early in the morning. So I'm just looking for a stream. I am, so in case people are like, what the fuck is he doing? What is he doing, mate? I'm doing this, mate. I'm fucking looking for a stream, mate. Oh. Ah, bollocks. Hang on. Right, Judge Boyd. Hang on. Judge Boyd, let's not completely. Judge Boyd, where will be? Judge Boyd, where you will be? Judge Boyd, we love thee. Judge Boyd, Judge Boyd, Judge Boyd. Dee 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 dee. Judge Boyd, where are thee? Fuck. No, we can't play. Right, let's see what else is on then, because I can't play that. I am dancing. I am always dancing. Life, we've got this life. Hey, we are thee. Where are you going to and see? Where is that gone, you mofo? Oh, whoa. Right. No. Right, Waldo, what are you going to do with a drunken sailor? I will listen to the chat for once. In my life, I will listen to El Chatty, even though they don't speak much sense. Sometimes. Daffy Dill is speaking to you. Daffy Dill loves doing too. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Daffy, oh Daffy, Daffy Dill. Daffy Dill. Right. What am I going to do? Is do this to you. Bam, bam. Right, some of you asked for it, so I will do it. I will jump to the part. Okay. I'll jump here. Right. And what I'll do, people, you asked for oldies, so I'll jump some of my stuff, but some of it I will leave there. Present. Share screen. There you go. This is part 1 of the interview. Hey, Dr. Hines, how are you? Hope you're well, Dr. Hines. Nice to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Good to see you. What's happening? When is Sean coming on? Thursday. Thursday at 12. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's coming or not. I have no idea. I probably shouldn't have told you guys. Les is on episode 1. That's fine. This is the interview with Zach. I won't play in the trial. I'm only playing Zach's part. So this is Solomon Anderson I'm interviewing here. There's 2 parts to it. It's long. That's what she said. 3 hours, 36 minutes. So this is, as a 2-parter for Solomon. Solomon is actually a really good speaker. And I'll take myself off the screen so there's no confusion from anybody. So is this screen frozen? No, I'm up here, Amy. Ooh, poopies. Amy. I'm up here. This is streamed probably last year or start of this year. I don't remember when I did this. So I didn't take my ADHD yet. That's fine, Amy. Don't you worry. Nothing wrong with that, my darling. It's fine. Everyone think you're live. I know. That's the only part. Oh, shit. Oh, no. What have I done now? Oh, right. Oh, shit. I'm having a disaster here. Hello, Patricia. How are you doing, my darling? Oh. Right. Here we go, then, people. You can listen. Oh. Without further ado, let's introduce him. And here he is, Solomon.
Hey, everybody. How you doing? Dylan?
Good. Oh, I'm trying to get this right. That was too close, that was. That was a bit too much, that was.
Yeah, you can see all of my glaring age imperfections when you really zoom it in like that.
Also, before people start criticizing, not that you would anyway, but this was, when was this? What, over a year ago? So I'd only just started streaming as well. So this is still new to me. So don't be laughing and going, oh, fucking hell, the fucking idiot. Oh, look at some of these names. Marge, oh, see Marge for ages. Just Jurors. Not seen Just Jurors for ages. Ashley, not seen. Billy Marie. Alicia, lovely Alicia. Mexican Vita. Lovely Sarah P. Here she is. It's me, Josie. She was here. Back then, there was only 2 mods. Lovely Sarah P. and It's me, Josie. Hearns, she's still around. Oh, Kayla, still around. Look at all this. Wow, Tuddy Pip. I've not seen Tuddy Pip in ages. Hope she's okay. See, Sarah P used to do links back then as well. Anyway, so there we are. This is probably my first ever interview, I think. Probably. So this is, ooh la la, love that guy. So I don't, right, I haven't given him enough intro, right? I will say this to you, right, people. Well, this is before me. It's way before you, yes. Or the FCA, yes. There you go. So Solomon Anderson, right? I will say this about him, right? He's probably up there with one of the most intelligent people I've ever met. Solomon is Zach's brother. He's his younger brother, Solomon is. And he did the rounds on YouTube everywhere. He went on all sorts of channels to try and get publicity for his brother and stuff. So the fact that we get this kind of, like, I don't count what he did as, it's huge what he did. Him coming on this program when I was so, like, I was so new, so raw, and he just came on the channel. I have so much fun with him. He's so intelligent. He taught me so much about the case that I didn't even know. He answered everything. He's so polite, and he's a great guy. I've not spoken to him for ages, and I feel bad. I should get him back on to get an update or something. He's amazing. He is genuinely one of the nicest people you will meet. Him and his wife, I think wife now, is your wife now, Josie? Or still girlfriend? I don't know, fiance. Jen. She's amazing. There's a lot of people in the background. Josie's one of them. They're amazing doing stuff. But Saul, I've got a lot of respect, a lot of time for him. And I got even more respect for him that he even came on my channel to do this when he literally did not need to do that because I was a nobody, I'm still a nobody, but still, I was checking to see my flowers are still up. So yeah, so I hope you enjoy it. Obviously, we might not be able to play it all because depending on the verdict and stuff like that. But yeah, I'll play a snippet of it today anyway for a little bit for you guys. Zach is also extremely smart himself. He is reviewing the post. Yeah, Zach is very smart. They're a very smart family, but I don't know Zach. I've never spoken to Zach. I don't know him. Josie's spoken to, to Zach on a regular basis. I've never spoken to Zach. Zach is not a lawyer. He's not a lawyer. No, not a lawyer. No. Right. So here we go then. Right, here we go. No, but yeah, how are you? You're not feeling the best, but we're still going to smash today. I know that.
Yeah, I'm feeling up to it at least. Even if my voice is, an octave deeper than it normally is because of this head cold. Our tiny baby, our actually 4-month-old today, he brought back a little sick from daycare, and so it's been raging through the house like wildfire for the last week and settled in my chest on like Monday. So here we are getting through it all.
Thank you. Well, I really appreciate being here. I know I'm the opposite of you. I'm actually starting to become ill, so it's like brilliant. Well, anyway, we're gonna smash it whatever happens, and also it's not just the two of us though. It's chat. Chat is gonna get us through this because if they're quiet, then it's not gonna work. They need to be chirpy, shouting, not abusive in the sense of each other. Just let's get on with it. I think they'll understand what I mean about a bit of abuse. Excuse me. Just swallowed a little bit there. Once we get going, because everyone thinks we're doing an interview sort, but we're not really doing an interview. We're doing slightly different. I'm not sure if you want to touch base on and explain what we're actually doing today. I'm glad that you're allowing us to do this.
So today, thank you, love. Today we're going to be breaking down. Jen just brought me some tea.
Thanks, Jen.
For those of you that are tea drinkers, I know that from across the pond, it's proper to have tea. But just some tea to help me in case I get a little raspy or whatever. So today we're going to be covering the closing arguments by the prosecution. So we're going to be hammering out, Michael Gravely's statements, and we're going to preface it with a couple of things to put it into perspective for a lot of people that don't follow legalese. we've got some things that outline why it's so completely egregious that he presented the case like he did during the closing arguments. There is a legal basis for closing arguments. They are technically an opinion expressed by the person who's filed the motion, whether it be the state or someone against the state. So it sort of layers in the motion, whoever filed the motion with the state, the rebuttal for the respondent, so the petitioner, the respondent, and then in the case of a criminal trial, we actually have a rebuttal to the response. So you have petitioner, the respondent, and then petitioner again gets to rebut the statements of the respondent. So in a case like this, we have the situation where the state is the prosecutor, the petitioner. The state in Zach's case had Michael Gravely make a statement, and then Jessica Kruzarek make a rebuttal statement afterwards, and that was the end of the trial. But it's really important. Jessica's statement is only about 15 minutes long, and I think that there were a couple of untruths in that, but there wasn't much that she said other than he's guilty, and slapped herself in her face with her notepad. But there are some really important aspects of the law in how they're supposed to present their opinion and whether it's supposed to be based in the facts presented in the trial. Now, the American Bar Association does stipulate a few things in here. Let's see. So what you pulled up is the Wisconsin Office of Lawyer Representation, so the OLR, or Lawyer Regulation. So I'd sent you an American Bar Association link prior to that as well. The American Bar Association link specifically talks about the closing argument. So just because it's referenced as an ABA article here, do you have that link too?
2 secs. I do. Oh, right, hang on.
So it's how the courts work.
I was too keen. Here we go. I got it. Yeah.
You got it? All right. I was going to pull it up if you didn't.
No, I got it. It just need to share it on screen now. There you go.
So in this, it very specifically outlines that the closing arguments or summations discuss the evidence and properly drawn inferences. So this is a really important thing. They cannot talk about issues outside the case or evidence that was not presented. So it's something to keep in mind as we delve further into this. So the judge usually indicates lawyer for clothing, blah 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 blah. Lawyer, the plaintiff, the government sums up comments and evidence. So that what they do is they sum up what was presented favorable to their side. Now that does require that it is founded in evidence presented in the courtroom. So there are some issues that, for those of you that are familiar with Wisconsin versus Zachariah Anderson, that this is a very important aspect, because the plaintiff or government has the burden of proof. The lawyer from that side is entitled to make the concluding argument. So that is called the rebuttal. So as I had just talked about, it's an important aspect of this that that the defense doesn't get to counter the rebuttal afterwards. It's just those 3 stages. That is plain as day, effectively what they talk about here. But the fact that the plaintiff, especially in the case, a criminal case where the government is the plaintiff, in this situation, the government has a burden of summing up the evidence presented. So as we watch the closing argument, for those of you that are very familiar with the trial, it's really important for you to also keep in mind and flag all of those moments that he specifically makes things up that were not presented in evidence, and that he just outright lies about. So there are multiple. It's not just a mischaracterization of fact. It is absolute false information presented, which is what brings us to the Wisconsin Office of Lawyer Regulation. The other things that I sent you, those screenshots.
You're testing me out here. Fair play to you. My skill sets here. But I'd rather do my side than have to speak as much as you do. So fair play. Hang on, got it. Share screen. Oops. Which one? Did you just want the bottom part?
Yeah, the ABA comment. So the misrepresentation, statements of fact. So we have this that they have to inform of relevant facts. That in Wisconsin state, that any statement or of another person the lawyer knows is false. So in this situation, it very clearly defines the misrepresentation. So when the lawyer is aware that they're making false claims, so dishonest conduct is about a false statement for misrepresentations by a lawyer in the case. So the Office of Lawyer Regulation in Wisconsin actually further continues to define this. Now I had sent you. Let's see if I can find, because I was breezing through this. On the next page, we have false assertion of fact.
Yeah, I got it.
The annotation.
Annotations, got it. Present, share screen. People say men can't multitask. Look at us. We're a team.
I mean, I had at least pieced this whole stream of consciousness thought together before sitting down. So I knew that it was important to point out all of these things in the annotations here. False assertions of fact, false assertions of material fact to third parties violate subparagraph blank. Representing an opposing party that the lawyer represented a person that they have never met in person when the person not agreed representation. So in this situation where the state is not representing Zach, they are falsely asserting facts in the case in Wisconsin precedents. This is really, really important because the closing argument is really what sealed the deal for a lot of people, because most people were just confused. There was a lot of crap that was just kind of thrown out into the wind. I was reading some more issues that had to do with the legal representation or the presentation of other acts evidence and things like that, and why the whole diatribe, the whole argument about marijuana was completely there as a prejudicial statement of fact. But I digress. In this, let's see, where was I? The lawyer. Let's see, appeal depending when the appeal is included in affirmative court order, disciplinary against the bond, funds distributed falsely telling the party funds have not been received later. The funds they cite an example, deny the opposing counsel that the lawyer has a romantic relationship with the client. So they cite a bunch of examples on that, and then they have failure to disclose material fact right below that, which is why the first trial was called a mistrial. So there was a failure to disclose material fact in that. And in the first mistrial, Michael Gravely had inserted himself as a witness to the change in testimony, which was material fact evidence, which is why they called a mistrial in the first case. So in this, not only do we have in the Office of Lawyer Regulation, we have one violation in the first mistrial, a failure to disclose material fact. It automatically ended up being called a mistrial in that first trial because he had violated the ethics of his position as a prosecutor in the state of Wisconsin, but also that, as we're about to discuss, a false representation of fact that had transpired during the closing arguments. All of this stuff, for those of you that aren't lawyers, very important things for appealing to the state of Wisconsin and writing our letters to the Office of Lawyer Regulation. These are very, very important for people to wrap their minds around why this is such a problem. So yes, it can be, some of it can be brought up on the appeal. Specifically because of the misrepresentations, but we need to be able to file motions against Michael Gravely with the Office of Lawyer Representation. It's important to put him on notice that that people are paying attention to his misconduct. We need to hold our prosecutors accountable. Not every state has it exactly worded like Wisconsin does, but for those of you that are Wisconsin residents, those of you that are paying attention to this case and cases that may be similar to this, when prosecutors in the state of Wisconsin falsely represent fact, when they in a closing argument fabricate things, it's not inferred during the trial, things that are not inferred during the trial, like the pulling of a knife and citing of the murder weapons and things like that that Michael Gravely did. These are things that were not inferred. I mean, that this is an issue that we have with the presentation. Now they're going to make the argument that Marquand Washington, in his definitely not coached statement, said that he had stabbed Marquand, or that Zach had stabbed Rosario Gutierrez, which is where the knife came into play. But he specifically makes up this tale of the surprise attack, which was not ever discussed. They cite this intense degree of planning multiple times, which was not ever presented, and here we are. So let's break it down, shall we?
Yeah, we will. Before we break it down, let's give you a little bit of a break as well, because you've just been chatting there. That's really interesting. I'm glad you sent that, because I didn't know. Just so you know, behind every great man is a great woman. And I just want to make sure that Jen actually gets a good shout out from the start, because not just Jen, but there's a lot of people that put a lot of effort, a lot of work on the website, on Discord, Facebook, everything. I know that a hell of a lot of work goes into it. So you are the face of it, but there's so many great people that are involved in this whole thing, and so I really want to give them a shout out. I know that Jen, she posts stuff all the time. She writes up all the things, all the letters and everything from Zach. She's very involved on the website. So shout out to Jen. Shout out to everyone else as well.
I mean, Jen spent 100+ hours on the website in typing in journals, rewording things, organizing it, making it user friendly. There's been so much work that she's put into the website. I would be adrift, without her here, making sure that things actually get done. So absolutely, Jen gets the first shout out. I do want to give Ashley, Josie, Marguline, Alicia, Emily, all of these wonderful ladies, and David, from MLS, Chandler, all of these people that have put in so much time. Jeff from Legal Vices, all of them that have continued to dig and churn into this case. Even David from Viva Fry just mentioned Zach's case in an interview with Megyn Kelly just the other day. People really see this case for what it is, and they're going to bat for us. And to their their credit, they're putting their own integrity out there by citing our case as well. They're putting their name behind us when they talk about it, and I appreciate that Jeff says that I can't say unequivocally that Zach did not commit this. I wasn't there. I didn't see it personally to know that he was just asleep in his house. But I can tell you that the evidence presented in the courtroom and the way it was presented should not ever result in a guilty verdict, because we as citizens should hold our courts to a higher degree of certainty, a higher degree of proof to lock someone up for their entire life. We as citizens need to hold our judiciary accountable for the power that they have. And I've cited Lord Acton's other quote, because he's got the quote that that says absolute power, corrupts absolutely. But he also has the quote that anywhere that there's a locus of power, a focus or location where power is collected, men with the mentality of mobsters will gather. And it appears to us that that is exactly how prosecutors, not just in Wisconsin, but in states all over the United States, have been approaching and doing business. They go in with the mentality that the conviction is paramount, that they're really just there to put people away. But that's not what they're there for, and they've actually completely corrupted the intent of their office. And we need to really hold them as citizens accountable for that. Yet Jen points out Alexis did work with us to set up the website. It didn't go exactly how we had planned, but we worked it out. She put in I think 30 hours or something like that of her own time, setting up the initial design and organization, and really working super hard on getting that website up and running. And then Crystal as well, working with Alexis to try and make that happen. So thank you. Those two people slipped my mind. They deserve proper respect and gratitude for their time, energy, their financial contributions and effort. So thank you very much for that. And everyone that's dug through and pulled out transcripts of the trial that are posted on our Discord. There are a lot more than just the people in the Discord. There are a tremendous amount of people in the Facebook group that did that as well. So just thank you all for your time, your effort, and your support.
I'm glad. I wanted to cover that at the start because I think every time we stream stuff, we always thank people at the end. And it's mostly rushed to the end. So I know there's a hell of a lot of people that support you, support Zach, and everything. So I just want to get that in. So thank you so much for spending time on that. They deserve a shout out. And very quickly, before we go to the video, people are asking what the signs mean and stuff like that. Oops.
So this is American Sign Language for I love you, right here. So that is yep, exactly. So that is very specifically. It's something that Zach had established with his twin boys. I've talked about this a little bit in other streams, but because Sadie is fluent in ASL, they would sign to the kids when they were really, not conversational. When they were still very small, they could understand spoken word, but they weren't able to articulate well. So they would do basic sign. So the kids learn to communicate through sign faster than actually vocalizing. That's just part of brain development. So so the I love you came from that. Zach had signed to one of the boys, and he walked over and he touched fingertips with Zach, and he held up the other one to the other because they're twin boys. And then the other one walked up and touched fingertips too. So that moment, kind of cemented it for him. And because of his, rough familiarity, he's not fluent by any means. It was important that he understood, even when he wasn't allowed to speak with any of us, that he could express "I love you." To his family, to his children, and then we could express it back. So that's where that is really grounded in, because with so many years that we weren't even to talk to him, it was almost 2 years. It was, I think, 23 months before they released the gag order on Josh and me being able to talk to him, and then it was after trials. So it was 3 years before, I think 34 months before they allowed him to even reach out to his daughter in any capacity. So, or the boys. So just for those of you that are parents out there, to really put it into perspective, think about being forcefully removed from your children's lives who you love dearly for 3 years, and how much emotional and psychological toll that would put on you. So that's why it's important. That's why I love you is important.
Yeah, that's a great explanation as well. Again, you do it justice more than I would anyway. For those that are worried here, right? Yes, the stream is a lot more intelligent with Sol on it, right? But it's balanced out. I'm here. This is the whole thing. Intelligence that way, than me right here. So between us, it'll be, you will understand the stream, all right? So don't worry. They're not used to all this. So honestly, you're, oh, except for when Sal's here. Salvador, when he's here, his IQ, it goes up. So when you're here, it goes up. But don't worry. Right. We will play the video now. As I try and get it up. So my point of view on this case was I always had him as not guilty for murder. But I did say in the moment I could see him maybe being guilty for stalking. Now, the reason I said that was because I think we'll find it in this closing arguments. Because looking back, the amount of lies, in my opinion, the DA said made it look out that, or sound like he did have this tendency of stalking. It's only since listening to your interviews and you pointing out all these various things that I was like, well, actually, no, it's not. So in real time now, I feel he's innocent for everything. But in the moment, I was like, okay, sure, if you're going to see him guilty for something, stalking, whatever, it's no big deal. Who cares? For murder, nothing. I can't see anything for murders. So that's where I was coming from until I started, looking into the whole thing myself. So just so I'm being honest, where I'm coming from as well on that. In terms of this video, right? Just so you guys know, we are going in raw with this. We're going in cold. I have not watched this. Sol has not watched it. It's going to be painful to listen to this prick speak, right? But we will be stopping it along the way just to explain. I'll ask Sol some
Hey
questions.
Dylan, 1 second. Zach's calling. I'm going to hand my phone off to Jen
Yeah.
so she can talk to him. So I'm just going to pop off
No
cam
worries,
right
mate.
for a second.
No worries. So I'll bring him off because we don't need to hear. I'll mute him so we don't need to hear his conversation. But obviously, I'm sure he will say hi to Zach on your behalf, guys. So yeah, we're going in cold on this, right, guys? So just in case you think, oh my God, have they not prepped? No, we deliberately went into this cold because we wanted to make sure that we gave you a proper reaction. I started looking at it for the first 5 minutes. I had to stop it every 20 to 30 seconds. So I've got lots of questions for Sol. Oh, hang on. I did mute you as well,
Sorry,
just in
that
case.
was Zach just
That was great
had
timing.
called me, and I haven't talked to him for a few days, so I wanted to make sure that whatever messages that he had for me that we got collected because it's hard. I can't call Zach. The way the prison system works here is that he has to call out, or I have to be an approved person. So we submit documents to the prison that need to be background checked and double checked or whatever they do to confirm and allow us to be able to set up a visitation with him in any capacity, in person or video visit at all, unless you're his legal representation. And otherwise, we have to wait for him to call, and then that's a collect call for him to either spend his own money or spend our money to contact us. And then he only gets 2 15-minute calls basically every other day, with one longer call on the weekend, and that's it. That's all he gets. So other than that, he's in a facility called Boscobel. It's a max security facility. And he has his own cell, and he's in his cell 23 hours a day. Basically, he has yard time every other day or 2 days a week. He gets to be out in the yard for exercise. Other than that, he's in a tiny concrete box with a bed and a toilet sink, because it's like one unit mounted to the wall with no outlet in the room. There's a hole in the wall where he has to hand things out to guards for them to plug in. and a shower head that they only turn on every like third day. So he gets like 2 showers a week, and that's it. So that's he's not in the hole. He's in his own cell. This is might seem like it's a punishment, but this is how they run this facility. This facility was set up for people that didn't get along with other people, like the gentleman that killed Jeffrey Dahmer was sent here. So people that are violent offenders and that have issues getting along with other inmates are usually sent to this facility. But Zach had 3 years of people going through his discovery, stealing his belongings in the jail and in the other prison facility, and he was over it. So he opted for this facility. Either way, just so you're all aware of that, his journals reflect his frustration with the system, his frustration with how they treat inmates. It's pretty rough, and that's on the freezacharianderson.org. We actually post journal entries that he sends us, and you'll be able to get kind of a really in-depth, all-encompassing view, an immersive view on his experience, and it's not sunshine and rose petals. Like some people believe that prison is like easy in the States. It's not. He's not in a white collar prison. He's not one where he has work release. It's not like that at all. So just so you're all aware. And on that note, I did also see someone ask how the appeal is going. So he filed notice of appeal. That was right at the end of the trial, and that was his current representation. That was with Birdsall Aubert, with Nicole Muller. They filed notice of appeal, and from that notice of appeal, he has 1 year to acquire his appellate representation, and then to submit his appellate brief to the court. So we have 1 year from that time to get our resources together, to submit the appellate brief, and to start taking action on this. And as some of you are painfully aware, this requires money. We need to be able to get experts set up. We need to be able to get reevaluation of DNA evidence and so many other things. All of this requires money, and that's where the Give, Send, Go comes in. Just every $30,000 is a drop in the bucket. That's we're talking about $200,000, potentially, for his appellate representation and everything that we have to do for this issue. So just to be clear, like 30 grand, amazing progress. Thank you all so much for your contribution. Thank you for donating and believing in the cause. Thank you for putting dollars behind Zach's appeal. We're like 7% of the way there, maybe 6%, right? So we have so much more to go. So just to keep that in mind, that we need that much more. Okay. So yep, please keep donating. Buying the swag is another way to help us out. If you want to have T-shirts or other swag, all the links are on the website. You can go there and help us that way, because all profits from buying the swag get put right in the Give, Send, Go.
Yeah, that's great. And we got Sarah's on the mods. We got that pinned to the top, guys. So just go to the website. Everything's there. All the links, everything's there. So just go there. Right. We will start this. I should explain to everyone, we go into this absolutely cold. So I know that I got some questions coming up already for you. But then whenever you're ready to stop at any point, so just score, just start speaking, and then we'll pause it and stuff like that. So yeah, right. This could be hard, but this guy, the judge, I do not like him, but we're not here for him. We're here for the DA. So we'll start here, and then let's go. Oh, here we go. Hang on, before we go, I told about intelligence IQ. We're through the roof right now. Sal's here as well, so amazing. Hi, Sal. Be well, my friend. So here we go.
Mr. Gravely, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor, counsels, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I just want to please start by expressing, without really having the words for it, the gratitude that I think we all feel for your service on this case. I mean, so many weeks, way beyond what you were expected to do. So just as simply as I can, please let me just be part of expressing my just profound gratitude for your
He
time
strokes their ego.
consideration on this case. I want to start with just a couple of housekeeping things about the charges, and then I'm going to get into the crux of the argument. A couple of the charges are stalking offenses, probably not something you think about all the
Are
time.
we on 1.25?
No. Do you want to
It
be
might-
on 1.25?
It might help. We can slow it down if it's too much, but
Yeah, I know. I am aware we've got a deadline, but even if we don't finish it, we will. Don't worry, guys. We're not going to rush through it and not cover everything. But we have got a deadline. Saul's got to work this evening, so
All two or more things happening. So the course of conduct where two or more things are done by the defendant. We're talking in our stalking allegations today about the April 24th peek-in, using his daughter as one of the peek-ins over at Sadie's place. The planting of a phone to track her on May 8th. Again, peeking in or listening in on May 13th at Rosalio Gutierrez's place. And then, of course, the homicide committed on May 17th. So we're asking the court, you guys, to consider all of those things as acts of stalking, as well as the emails sent and the text sent, the communications, the recordings of Sadie Beecham as well. So what needs to happen for stalking is you need to have an impact that a reasonable person would have, and it's called, the part that we care about is serious emotional, suffering serious emotional distress, which means that you have to feel harassed or tormented. The reasonable person has to feel that. The stalking statute also requires that the individual involved, the person who is suffering,
oddly enough, here's
also
our
has
first
to
misrepresentation.
Yeah.
So it is serious emotional distress at the time of the acts. So he already misrepresents that. I mean, he's making a case already that he's claiming that the phone was planted and things like that. That's what he's claiming. There is a counter argument to that, but that was presented. However, serious emotional distress. This is an interesting thing because to my understanding, the way the law is written, it is serious emotional distress during the time, like during the time period in question, which is not what he states. He just says that they blanket experienced extreme emotional distress. And this is a nuanced thing for those of you out there, a difference between it. Lawyers base everything on these little pieces of nuance. In general, saying that Sadie experienced some extreme emotional distress, I believe that she did at some point experience some extreme emotional distress because of this case. Whether or not she was at the time is a totally different conversation, right? So for those of you out there that heard that and they're like, well, yeah, she experienced extreme emotional distress. I mean, was she terrified that Zach would get off and then sue her and take the children away because she lied to get custody? Probably. I believe that she was terrified of that consequence, because him walking out of that courtroom as a free man was something that I'm sure completely mortified her. I bet she was terrified. But does that mean that she was terrified of him at the time that these instances occurred, or when she had learned of them? Well, no, she wasn't. That there is a difference. Anyway, carry on.
No, I hadn't thought about that, so thank you for that. That's a lot. Yeah, I glossed over that, to be honest. I didn't even think about that. I got questions about the stalking, but that's coming up, so I won't ask them here. But I have got some questions.
Serious emotional distress. In other words, personally feel that they have been harassed or tormented. And you heard in the texts and some of the discussions, both Rosalio and Sadie wrestle with the consequences of this, right? Talking about it. Sadie has a text where she says, I hope this, doesn't mean that you will, want to end this relationship because of this harassment. At points, Rosalio is trying to be comforting to her. At points, he is feeling aggressive, right? I'd like to go break this guy's legs. What's his address? The kind of human emotions that people have in response to feeling like their personal liberty, their space, everything that they sort of care about in their privacy is being compromised by this other person. And so those are the emotions that both you heard expressed in the text messages from both Rosalio and Sadie, and the question of what a reasonable person would think about that. Another just small housekeeping along those lines is hiding a corpse. We're suggesting to you that when Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered on the 17th at around 10 p.m., the placement of his body in
We're suggesting. They didn't have proof of that at all. So this is an interesting thing. He suggests that it happens. So a suggestion, again, legalese. Here we go. We're driving down that dirty alley of legalese. He is suggesting, which means that by it being a suggestion, he did not use it as a statement of fact. He did not at any point empirically represent that Rosalio Gutierrez's body was moved and hidden by Zach. There was no proof of that. But what he has to do is suggest. And the suggestion alone should, to anyone out there who's ever a juror, if you have a prosecutor suggesting, that is already a statement of doubt because it wasn't presented. So I think this is an important game for us to play, because we know, those of us that watch the trial, that there are a bunch of maybes coming in. There's a lot of maybes and what ifs. And I suggest, can we start counting all of these things? So the chat, all of you in chat, let's start counting every time he suggests, every time he says maybe, every time that he casts doubt on his own argument. It's really important, because in our nation, we must prove beyond reasonable doubt that the accused had committed the crimes that they are being arrested and held in jail or prison for.
Fine. If the chat could do that, happy days. I'm sure they will. They're well trained. Right.
The defendant's minivan is the beginning of a long stage of hiding a corpse. And so that is where that hiding a corpse begins in terms of our allegations to present to you today. So I want to first cover this idea that there are two separate but combined sets of facts that allow you to know that there is proof beyond reasonable doubt that Rosalio Gutierrez was murdered on May 17th, 2020 at around 10 p.m., just around 10 p.m. at his own apartment. And I say that because there are two things that happen. One, there is a bloody, bloody scene. A scene that is has pools of blood that I'm going to talk about a little more in a second. But also, there are the circumstances of Rosalio Gutierrez's absence from the life of everyone he cared about and who cares about him. Rosalio's phone shows he gets home at about 9:08 p.m. He's just dropped his kids off back at their mom's. He's expecting Neridia Macias. Her last text to him is at 9:37 p.m. and that text is never answered. She stays at the apartment building. Remember, she's at the wrong building. She doesn't see what is happening, but she stays for about a little more than a half hour.
That's not
She's
the
texting
last
and
text
calling.
that she sent him. Her last text was at about 10:10, and she said, "I'm leaving," something along those lines at about that time. So again, another important thing, he just lied. He just misrepresented fact. So 9:37, she's wondering why he's not answering, and then at 10:10, she waits around for a half hour. She then texts him and says, "All right, I'm leaving." That was not the last message that she sent him. So already a lie, already misrepresentation of the facts in the case. So we're starting out strong, right? Not only are we casting doubt on our own argument for the charges waylaid against my brother, but we've already also started to lie to the jury. So this is an absolute misrepresentation of fact, without a doubt. The evidence presented, you can find that the text message exchange on freezachariahanderson.org. That exchange already, not what he just represented in the courtroom.
Because I'm just going to backtrack a second there as well, because I don't know when to stop all these things. So one of the things that I wanted to bring up as well, which I'm looking forward to seeing him explain a bit further along, is this bloody scene, pools of blood. I can't wait to understand how, what happened to that, because I know you're not tuned into the Brian Kohlberger case, but an ex-FBI agent said that no matter how much blood there is, there's going to be lots of blood left in any scene. So if he's dragging the corpse into his minivan, which I believe a minivan's quite short, so I'm not sure how he's fitted a corpse into that minivan, but that's for further along. But there's going to be loads of blood everywhere, so I can't wait for him to explain that. But we know he's not
the
going
only
to be
way
able
for
to
there
do
to
that.
not be blood dripped, sprayed, splashed is either that Rosario Gutierrez had to lay there long enough for it to coagulate, to congeal, right? So the wounds that he most likely eventually succumbed to would have had to have stopped bleeding, and that could have been because his heart stopped, and then it coagulated and stuck, so he stopped bleeding, or it was staunched, and pressure was held, and he stopped bleeding and walked out of his own power. Both of those are possibilities because they never proved that he was dead, which is an interesting thing, because he says even in this that well, he's dead to people that knew him already. So he just stated that. Later he'll contradict that, but it's important to recognize that he is already setting this foundation. Well, he's missing to everyone that knows him. He hasn't been communicated with or been communicating with anyone that cares about him, anyone that he talked to or spoke to regularly, including his own children and his mother, who he talked to all the time. This is important because, I mean, for those of you that aren't aware, the Kenosha PD had released about 5 weeks before they charged Zach with homicide, a press statement that specifically cited that they did not have the evidence to determine that Rosario Gutierrez was indeed dead, and that he would remain a missing person, and this would probably be a cold case. That is an interesting statement by Kenosha PD, because they had all of the evidence at that point. Everything that they collected was already in their control, and they had been able to go through it all to the point where the amount of blood, the volume of blood that he just described in the apartment was not enough to determine death by any medical examiner or expert. So there's a real question. Was it because the KPD is really just that incompetent, where they didn't even think about bringing someone in to determine death, or was it a situation where they absolutely just didn't have the information? They didn't have enough evidence to prove it. Either way is completely damning for their case. They didn't have enough information. They didn't seek out the information to determine that's something that I would hope that everyone in Rosalio's family and friends, his support group, would those are real questions that they should be raising with KPD and local officials. Why wasn't this determined? Why was there not an expert brought in? There was a press release that Michael Gravely just did just a few weeks ago where he bragged about how much money they saved by using the state crime lab and resources available to them without hiring experts to convict my brother. He bragged about it. But they never brought in an expert to determine the death of Rosalio Gutierrez. They never even consulted with one to bring them in. That in itself is a glaring red flag to all of us as to the ineptitudes and the sly, the underhanded game that they tried to play here to try and convict my brother without bringing in proper testimony. So just as a side note, here he makes a statement of fact that he's covering his own ass. He's doing this thing where he's saying that he's dead to everyone that he knew. And then we'll see later. I'll stop you when we get to that point.
It's fine. There's a lot of points, for Zenith here. Hello, Zenith. Welcome. Right.
Calling, essentially expressing to him, I'm here, what's going on? And none of those are answered. None of those are viewed. So at this point, from 9:37 on, Rosalio Gutierrez is no longer answering anyone who is concerned about him or interested in him or who care about him in his life. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are 1,039 days later. And what I just described to you is still the circumstance today. Rosalio loved his kids. He loved his mom, who he was in communication with as a guy almost 40 or around 40 every day. Every day he was in communication with his mom. And that suddenly ended.
That was never proven in the courtroom either. So he says every day he talked to his mother. They never actually presented that it was every day. They said often, but every day. I mean, I'm close with a lot of people, but the only person that I talk to every day is Jen, right? Like that doesn't even make sense. So every day seems like a stretch.
I mean, I think the whole thing's a stretch, to be quite honest with you. I've fair play to you as well, because his voice is grating on me. So if it's grating on me, it must be grating on you. So I appreciate you doing this.
Just around 10 p.m. on May 17th. He planned and proudly was ready to coach his promising son in baseball. And he never got a chance to do that. He had a summer camp scheduled for him and his children called, and it's a summer camp that's common for folks in Kenosha. And that summer camp was already planned. It's in his calendar, and that never occurred on the 19th of May. He no longer attended any of the holidays or events or visits. He no longer had any experiences with his children. He was a father whose daughter had a little love note to dad on the pillow when she left. He was a father whose son shared his love of baseball and emulated him in every way he could in that love. And all of that has been gone for every day since May 17th, 2020. So combined with that bloody scene, you as a jury know he was murdered. You know that because those two things together show you that he is gone. So you know that there is a quantity of blood and a magnitude of blood in this case, which certainly tells that story. There is blood pooled on the floor by the couch. There's blood pooled on the couch itself. There's blood sprayed on wall after wall and on the ceiling in multiple areas and on almost every surface of his main room and the hallway by his door. There is a quantity and magnitude of blood which is absolutely consistent with Rosalio Gutierrez being murdered there at his own apartment. And every bit of that blood that's been tested in those different areas all come
He just
back
inserted
to
himself
DNA.
as an expert. A quantity and magnitude that indicates that he was murdered. He inserted himself as an expert to determine that Rosalio was murdered based on the quantity and magnitude of blood. What credentials does Michael Gravely have to determine that? It's another piece of dishonesty, another piece that was not proven in the trial.
So no expert, because you got to forgive me, I don't remember the whole trial, obviously, but no expert in the trial said what he just said, is what you're saying.
Nope. They did not bring in an expert to determine the volume of blood, the quantity and magnitude of blood loss was absolutely indicative of death. No one ever said that. So that in itself, he made himself an expert by saying that. No expert testified to that. That was not presented in the trial, that the quantity and magnitude of blood loss in that apartment was indicative of death. Moreover, it's also verified that just like I said, 5 weeks before they charged Zach with murder, with homicide, one of the KPD officers even stated himself that there wasn't enough to determine death and that he was just a missing person.
Because that's my question to you now as well. Because if there was that much blood and blood splatter and everything, obviously it goes on people. I get that bit, but trajectories and all, they've got so much science now. They've got so much things to look at. Like they can, well, apparently they can pick up all these things. So if whoever it was, so say if he was murdered, surely the splatter will be on that person, and it will go on the walls or go on wherever, but there's a pattern. So they should, in theory, be able to work out height, potentially weight, what shoe size, if there's lots of blood on the floor, all those things, how close this person was to shoot him, stuff. They do all those things, but there was nothing. There was no testimony. There was no evidence. There was no experts. There was nothing presented about any of this.
Well, there was
as far as I'm
Officer Van
concerned.
Wee, who
Right.
attended a 40-hour course after.
Wow.
So Van Wee processed this crime scene and then later took a 40-hour course to verify that he could be a blood pattern expert. And they used that course to say that, consistent with his experience in the courtroom and the fact that he took this 40-hour course, made him a blood pattern expert. And this is why, the discussion of trigonometry and all this stuff, like that, it became kind of a commentary in the courtroom, is because trigonometry would be used for vector analysis on where blood is being shot to and how that blood would land and how it would splatter and the directionality of the blood as it would hit, and then the droplet would go in a certain direction, how much force it would take to create that pattern. And so blood spatter analysis uses those sort of mathematical principles to determine where the source of that injury is and how much force was behind it to send the blood flying in a certain direction, spraying, splattering out, or whatever it might be. Those pattern analyses do require that level of mathematical comprehension, and that is why those conversations occur in the courtroom. And so it was almost laughable that they put Van Wee up as their blood spatter expert, when during the processing of the crime scene and in all of his crime scene analyses that he didn't have blood spatter analysis as a credential or the education to understand what he was doing wrong when he processed the crime scene at all, which goes hand in hand with the ineptitude of Kenosha PD in processing and following through on the processing of this crime scene, and then a CYA act by the KPD and the prosecutor's office to try and get him credentialed before they saw this trial.
It's unbelievable. There's a lot of people here, right, in chat that have asked this question. I was going to leave it to the end, but I think it's more fitted here. Is why did the defense not object in any of these places about you know, he's testifying for himself and things like that. Was there reason or anything? Do you know
Dylan,
what?
I wish I knew. I wish
Yeah.
I knew. I had a very similar conversation with his lawyers following the trial. You know, why didn't you object? And I haven't gotten an answer about that. You know, for
Yeah.
their legal strategy. But you know, there's some things that that bother me quite a bit about how that was handled. And I wasn't the lion tamer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, it's easier to be on the outside of the box looking in, you know, picking those moments out, and you know, for all the time that we've had after the trial, re-breaking down every bit of this. But I think that there were some objectionable, you know, statements that were made in here um, that should have been objected to, but weren't. And that's just my opinion, and that's the way it is.
Yeah, but it's yeah. I mean, we can all be frustrated here, but yeah, I mean, I think you're very the way you say all these things is in a nice way, very controlled way. I don't think I'd be quite as controlled as or as composed as you are in this situation. And I'm only learning about some of these things. And my blood pressure's going up a little bit just learning some of these things right now. So I can only imagine what you as family are going through with it. So yeah, right. Let's go through it again. What's
Mr.
next?
Gutierrez
What's the next lie this prick's got?
So that quantity of blood and his absence from any contact, any social media, any financial records, any of the people who care about him, any phones, any in-person contact, all of that is gone over those 1,039 days. And so we know and can say as a legal conclusion that a reasonable jury will find that he is murdered. The blood and his absence both tell us that story.
Or legal sidestepping,
What else do we
that a
know
jury
about-
could find that he was murdered. Not that we did. Right? Not that we, the state, could find. A legal sidestep on purpose. Carry on.
Jesus, man. I mean, I'm so glad we're doing this because I'm learning so much. Those intricacies I've not picked up on. That makes it even more bizarre, more corrupt, more infuriating. Oh, this is okay. Okay, let's see what
of
else.
this crime based on the evidence that's been presented in this case. And I want to suggest to you first that the next obvious and real conclusion is that this is a highly planned, thought out, and executed crime of murder. And so I want you to think about who there is in this case.
They never presented a
who
plan,
has shown
any
a
plan. They never presented evidence of a plan. They never presented anything that had to do with any plan. Nothing. Not a single piece of evidence. Not a single piece of evidence indicated that this was a highly planned event. Not a single one.
So what's he? So he's not basing this on anything. Like
Nothing.
Obviously, as his brother is Zachariah. Is he actually a good planner? It doesn't matter, but is he that kind of guy that has got everything dotted down as a plan? At all? Is that type of character he is, or is he like
No.
most of us just
No, he's
blasé?
my brother is an agent of chaos. I wish that
I love that.
I
love
mean,
that.
you know, like, so I think there's some Jeff Goldblum quotes waiting to be had, some memes about Zach, about chaos theory with this, but you know, because there's patterns in chaos, but it's sort of like the pattern of chaos is that he had a behavior that perpetuated chaos. He himself is not a terribly organized man in any capacity. He's just not. He never has been. His mind is usually all over the place. He's thinking about a million things and trying to weave them all together into one cohesive thought. And having any kind of argument with him usually is a downward spiral of stream of consciousness of things that have nothing to do with the situation at large. And it's really frustrating, actually, to be his brother and to get into a disagreement with him. But the reality is that he just doesn't think like that. Not logically, not like start to finish. He is just a chaotic, more creative mind. It's just the way he is. He likes to think outside the box. He does that. He just has always done that. It's not that he's like, this incredible sociopath, right? That's not what I'm saying either. He just is a person that will challenge status quo, but still lives life mostly by the rules, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes 100% sense. Thanks for answering that, because most people, or I always get told by the chat, men are never organized, men are never, can't multitask, men can't do this. It's obviously a generic sweep. Not every man's like that, but most men are not that organized,
Yeah,
So
he definitely doesn't have OCD. I mean, they showed some pictures of his house, and there's a multitude of reasons why his house was a mess. But my grandmother had passed away, and we cleaned out the house, and a lot of the stuff that was just in the main floor of the house was sort of like the culmination of all of those belongings. He was going through and burning a bunch of the stuff that had no value, that was maybe sentimental to our our grandmother, but nobody wanted in the family, nobody that it came from or belonged to. So he was going through a lot of that and disposing of things that nobody wanted anymore, which is frankly why there was so much stuff in the fire pit that normally you wouldn't find in just a little wood fire pit in the backyard. There were clothes in that. There were a lot of things that were just burned to get rid of it, because he was just trying to clean house. Between that and cleaning out the bedrooms upstairs for the kids, because he was going into that custody dispute. Anyway, I digress. We're talking about stuff not related to what Gravely is talking about, but it's important to recognize that he's not an organized guy. I planned job sites. He didn't. He didn't do that. He didn't do any of the planning or bidding or anything like that. He had great ideas. He was an ideas guy, and he was really good at setting deadlines. But he wasn't the guy that did planning. Not his thing.
no, I know we're digressing away from it, but I love it. This is the bits I love, the insights and the intricacies of Zach as a human being. Because one of the things that always gets me to this case and try to explain to people is, Zach, you guys, you're just normal people. You do normal things. As you just said, Zach was doing a burn pit to get rid of his grandmother's stuff. That's normal. Some people think out there that if you're on trial and stuff like that, they're not normal people. They're in the media. They're this and that. But as a family, you are just normal people. And Zach is a normal person that probably you saw in the store last week getting milk and maybe get some chocolate or something, whatever. And now he's in prison. So
Sardines,
happened to everyone.
specifically. Q-tips and sardines.
Sardines.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I think these things are important. So I know that it might go over time here, but yeah. So thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. But also you're a planner. Okay, that's interesting. So you're not a normal man. You're quite organized then. So
Well, I think Jen would argue that I'm not organized enough, but I'm more organized than Zach by comparison for sure. So I have the capacity to do it, but there's just he never has been. He's never been that guy. It's never been. He understood consequence and then set guidelines in his life to try and make sure that he was within the parameters of avoiding consequence of anything that he was doing. That was really it. He would make rules for his own life to live by,
yeah.
to avoid like the consequence of, I don't know, like driving over to Sadie's house or whatever it was. Like he did things that were within his set of rules, but he's not a murderer. Like, he's not that guy, and he's not an obsessive boyfriend. He's not that guy. If it didn't work out with someone, he just moved on. It wasn't a big deal for him. Like he was fine, like for whatever reason, like if a relationship didn't pan out with somebody, there's other fish in the sea. He was always that type of person. This is not what the way they painted him is not true to his character. Like he just didn't.
He comes across like a chilled out guy, from what I've seen of him. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, what you've explained to me is basically what I thought of him. Carefree, just yeah, family first kind of guy. Likes a joke. Even you can see it, even though there was some YouTubers slagging Nicole and him for flirting. That's just the kind of guy I bet he is. Just it's natural to have a joke. I'd be the same. Just have a joke with him. Just but no, he's flirting. It's like
Right, to
yeah,
sexualize it because his attorney is female.
yeah.
But we always joke that Zach's the life of the death of the party, right? Like he's either the most outgoing, cracking jokes, like just the guy that's like in the moment and loving every minute of it, or he's sullen and cantankerous, right? Like there's like he's one or the other. There's no middle ground on him where he's like, I'm good, just not feeling it today. Like he's either like, Mr. Charisma, or he's just anti-fun, like one or the other. There's nothing in between. It's all or none on him.
And you're the middle guy, I imagine, just the same.
Well,
You're
I
the
don't know.
same. No highs, no lows.
I get. I mean, I get passionate
A
about
little
certain
bit.
things, but
Yes.
I mean, keep in mind that Zach and Josh are 4 and 5 years older than me. So every time that I got mouthy about something, that I let my emotion get the best of me as a kid, I got smacked around. So I learned to usually temper my tongue. It taught me some valuable lessons that a lot of other people didn't have.
I can imagine. Right. Fair play. Thanks for sharing that. That's brilliant.
Right, who has shown day after day in the conduct that we have outlined patterns of that sort of planning, that sort of obsessive conduct, that sort of refusal to follow any of the limits and rules that most of us would govern ourselves and who we are willing to use to accomplish our goals in our lives. So when I say who, I mean, of course, the defendant, right? Because here's what we know about him in terms of other things happening in the very few weeks that we have a glimpse of his overwhelming, out of control, no limits jealousy towards any new love life.
That was never
For
presented.
his ex, Sadie Beach.
That was they had one audio recording where they played that he said, "Of course I'm jealous," but he also had a moment in that conversation where he said, "What are we doing here? You're supposed to be doing you, and I'm supposed to be doing me." So out of control jealousy, like that was never presented. It was never presented. They presented one statement where he mentioned that he experienced the natural human emotion, like Gravely said, early on, of jealousy. It's perfectly natural and normal to feel the jealous emotion. That is a normal human emotion. They say that he was this insane, obsessed, jealous person. He's not. He's very passionate about protecting his children. He's very passionate about intervening in what he perceived as an abusive relationship that that their mother had with them. He was very passionate about that. He wasn't passionate about making sure that Sadie didn't have another man in her life. If that was the case, then he would have objected to all the other men that she had that were close to her for years. They would have had a much deeper basis, for this jealousy. She had a friend that used to come over and fix her car in the driveway, that gave her deals on stuff like that. Then if someone is jealous, controlling, male friends of any capacity, at any point in the relationship are a threat. That was never the case. Never, ever the case. And he traveled. He was out of state or on the other side of the state for a good part of his career. When he worked for AT&T, he was in California for a couple of years. He lived out by the Twin Cities in Wisconsin for I think almost 2 years. So he wasn't here all the time, and for him to be highly jealous and controlling. There absolutely would have been circumstances during those years where male friends of Sadie's were around that he would have been losing his cool about. There's no history of this, no proof of this ever being an issue, none. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. This whole narrative is false.
This is why I wish this was covered more by the defense as well. In terms of chat, guys, there's loads of questions. I appreciate all of them. I can't get to all of them because we need to get through this. But yeah, we'll try. I know some of the answers to some of the questions, so I'll try and answer them later on. But I'm not ignoring the chat. Just want to get through this as well.
What are those pieces of evidence I'm suggesting are signs of an obsessed planner that are the signature of this crime of murder? Well, one is Olivia, and this is uncontroverted evidence, right? This is unchallenged evidence in this case in the record. Olivia, I'm sorry, the daughter tells you that her father had conceived a plan with her. And it is a truly sinister plan of having there be a day when Sadie had brought the boys and the daughter over to visit their dad. And then when they figured out that Sadie was gone to visit her new love life, then those children would be returned. And when those children would be returned, the daughter would make a call to her father saying fraudulently, falsely, well, I don't know where mom is. We are abandoned. And then he would falsely save the day. He would report this. She would be a child neglect mom because of the false information and the horrible use of an 11-year-old girl to accomplish his sinister aims.
This is where I can imagine Zach's like, you have no fucking clue, mate, to this DA. No effing clue.
So what he just mouthed was not true. So, you know, the question is, I think what the debate is in this moment about that statement. Was that what was testified to? Because that was Gravely's statement. Was it testified to? Now, there was a line of questioning about the plan that this went into. And to Gravely's credit in this circumstance, I believe that is the gist of what was presented as the plan by my niece, even though he didn't have enough respect to remove her from the courtroom and put her in a private room so it was less traumatic for her, or, you know, which is actually in the Wisconsin Judicial Code, that for minor witnesses that they that there's a whole subsection, pages and pages and pages of minor witness testimony that that grant the ability, the obligation of the court actually to remove a minor from witness testimony like this, where it would cause them severe emotional distress, like it did clearly, with emotional outbursts and everything, and put them in a separate room, and then in a private closed circuit camera to do an interview in that room and broadcast it live to the court. Now, they didn't do this. Zach's lawyers asked for them to not put my niece on the stand to spare her this humiliation. Now, I don't know what that motion read or what that request read very specifically, but in that, if they did request that she was removed from the courtroom proper and it was denied, that was illegal. You know, in that motion, it states very specifically that anyone can do that. And had I known that during the trial, I would have absolutely stood up from the gallery and demanded it 100% to protect my niece. I didn't learn that, you know, I'm not a lawyer. I didn't, you know, study it for the bar in Wisconsin. So I learned that after the fact when I was really, really digging through the state statutes and legislature, and it's very specific and egregious in my opinion. You know, they damaged my family member, my niece's, you know, psychological well-being, long-term psychological well-being by putting her through what they did.
Yeah. And I've discussed that in previous videos. I think it's ridiculous that she was even there. And you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I was under the impression that they were, what do you call it? She was on her own, being prepped by the DA. Is that true as well?
I mean, I've spoken to my niece about it a little bit afterwards, and she said that that she met with him a number of times before. You know, I think it was three separate meetings, something like that. And I don't know if she said 4 hours a meeting or if it was 4 hours in total, but she said that she couldn't stand him either. But I'm not sure if she was, you know, telling me something I wanted to hear or not. I mean, I don't know. That's all hearsay. But I've already stated that, you know, I was misinformed about the 40 hours, but 3 separate meetings to go over her testimony seems excessive. You know, like why did it require 3 separate meetings for them to discuss this? It seems disingenuous in itself.
I agree, and especially if she's on her own, she should never have been on her own with him anyway. But yeah, okay. I'll press this.
Who comes up with a plan like that? Who offers that as something that an 11-year-old should do for them? What sort of mind is capable of putting that plan and that use of an 11-year-old out into the atmosphere as something real? And I suggest to you it's the same person
Just mouth liar.
who could commit and
Yeah. I didn't want to stop it because I wasn't sure, but it's lying.
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah, liar. Yeah. So
I think most people will be going, "You fucking prick," right now. Do you know what I mean? Because this is his life, and he probably is like, "How could you lie?" Well, anyway, I could rant all day. So honestly,
did commit this homicide. So what other evidence do I have that, you know, this is a obsessive planner, knows no limits? Well, what about the daughter telling you that when she was urged to peek in that window at her mother, when her mother, a consenting adult, did not have the children over? I'm talking about April.
That he's just cited 2 things that have nothing to do with a planned homicide. Nothing. Absolutely nothing to do with a planned homicide. This is like calling an apple an orange and then suspending disbelief. He's citing this as a highly planned thing, right? Not fogging up the glass. That's an you know, some indication of him being a highly planned individual. Why would that be highly planned? That's just spur of the moment. There's no highly planned anything about that moment. It's just recognizing that your breath will fog glass if you're exhaling hot breath. That's not highly planned. So either way, one, these statements do not indicate a highly planned homicide because they're not a highly planned homicide plan at all. And 2, this is not an example of a plan. It's not. Carry on. Or do you have commentary?
No, that's just an example of him lying again and just trying to make it sound like. Once you say it, though, it makes sense. In the moment, though, I can imagine a juror is like tired, a little bit, and just believing every word he's saying right now, potentially. But yeah.
24th. When Rosalio is over at Sadie's home, it's the evening. Neither of them have their kids with them. They're consenting adults, and they're in the living room. And when the daughter peeks up over that into the window to look in at her mother, which the father has urged her to do, the defendant tells her, think about this as a small snapshot in this case. He tells her, hey, keep your shirt up so that you don't steam up the glass, so that you can't be detected from inside. Who would even have ever thought of that? What sort of an obsessive planner?
Anyone that's ever breathed on a window and then written in it. Anyone would think of that. Have you ever done that when it was cold outside? Fogged up the glass and written it? Have you ever gotten out of the shower and drawn on a mirror to leave a message for whoever else in your house just to be cute or funny? Have you ever done anything like anyone would think of that. There you go.
Here we. I wanted to get it off your chest there.
Yeah.
Has that in their brain to share to an 11-year-old. Who is
Yeah.
there?
Thanks, Mads.
who is
Anyone that
already
wears
thinking about
glasses,
cover-
how do you clean your glasses? And rub it with your
Yeah,
shirt.
and
Okay? Anyone. It's ridiculous. It's absolute. It is a false premise to cite that as some sort of, insane planning.
well, that shows you this clutching of straws, but
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
cover-ups and avoiding detection in that kind of profound way. It's a snapshot, right? It's just a little moment. And of course, it is the kind of thing I'd suggest to you an 11, 12-year-old would never have the capability of giving that kind of detail in a lie or frame up or some kind of false story that she was put up to. Think about all the computer files that this defendant has that are about Rosalio Gutierrez and the high amount of planning that is. All those snapshots that he stored on his computer, all the lookups he had done of this individual, and didn't just peek at them, stored them. Had a file for them. Had a file where he included the picture of the tracker. What about buying trackers at a point where you feel like you're losing control of Sadie Beecham?
He said plural.
And even though you have another
Trackers.
They only presented one. They claim more than one. He claims more than one, but they only presented one. Interesting. And maybe some of you in the chat will remember or correct me, but I'm pretty sure that there was only one tracker, and that was found new in the package. They found no other proof or use of any tracker. And I've stated in previous interviews that he and I had actively discussed putting, GPS trackers on my truck so I could not be in the field all the time, to give me a little bit of leeway, for the business. So, does it surprise me that he bought a GPS device or started to look into them? No, we had multiple conversations about them. Did that mean that he was using them for Sadie? Also, no. There was no proof that it was ever used for Sadie. So, the fact that he had a file on Rosalio, okay, that's that. They presented that in the case, but we've also talked about that as being a piece of the evidence to present against Sadie in a child custody hearing, to say, well, this is the type of person that she's bringing into our children's lives. And there's some really, really interesting things in Rosalio's past that I think that any father would be alarmed about, especially a father with a daughter. So I'm not here to slander Rosalio Gutierrez in any way, shape, or form, but for those of you that are out there doing digging, there's some stuff, and you can find it. I'm not going to disparage, a missing man, but there's good reason for my brother to be concerned. Okay.
And this ties into what Josie's saying. Wasn't researched someone online before, especially a father that wants to know, right, who is this guy? And the same way I'm sure she would have researched any girlfriend that Zach had. You want to know who that person is. It's human nature. Your children are going to be around them. You want to make sure that they're legit and they're not like, a murderer or something. Do you know what I mean? So,
other girlfriend that you are wanting her to have no one in her life. The buying of the tracker itself is a sign of a planner who's willing to put a lot of obsessive effort into this. And then what about May 13th? You get your directions on your phone. Your phone puts you on May 13th, right where Rosalio Gutierrez lives. And then you text Sadie the same sentence that has just come out of Rosalio's mouth. So you're overhearing.
It didn't. They didn't present that. That's a lie. It did not ever place him at Rosalio Gutierrez's home. So the evidence presented in the courtroom very specifically placed him in Kenosha, not at Rosalio's house. So that is a misrepresentation of fact.
Yeah. Okay.
From right on that patio, what's being said inside. Okay.
Also, that
Wasn't that
right there, she didn't text Zach. That's like, why are you following me? Until the next day, like 11 hours later. Her first statement in response to him, texting her that night was, "You're texting the wrong person again." 11 hours later, the next day at like noon, she texted him, "Why are you following me?" Again, that actually works against the state. That not only doesn't prove that he was stalking, but it also proves that Sadie was not afraid of him in the moment at all, whatsoever. Didn't, I mean, to the point where she didn't even think that he was there in the moment. So if Sadie didn't think that he was there in the moment, why should anyone else? That was the nature of their relationship. Sadie didn't believe that he was there.
So there's a verdict. There's a verdict. Hang on. So I think it's not going to be read straight away. Somebody said 3:45. What I'll do is I'll pause that there. 1 hour 30, people, right? I will play that another time for Zach. Just remember 1:30. I think we got about half an hour before they announce it, but let's. Oh. Hello, 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 hello. I think that's right. So they are. Guess who's back? Back again. Which one is it? Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Trial is back. Right, hang on then. Not that one. Once, twice, 3 times a lady. As we go along. Oh, we oh. Hee ho, hee ho. Da 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 da. You. Sometimes we sing, sometimes we don't. Then we go Dana. He just won't hold. There we go. Whoa, whoa. Here we go now. We sing in this song, a song, a song, a song. Da 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 da. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Oh ho ho ho. Oh ho ho ho. I am the king, not the king of Canton. That's Dennis Sweeney, the king of Canton, and Brenda, the queen of Canton as well. Right, so we got a bit of time. What are we thinking, people? Because da da da, keep thinking da 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 da. So I don't know which. I'm still bit. The only thing I'm always pissed about is that they might think they had to come to a verdict. So that's the only thing I'm pissed off. Les, I hope Dylan appreciates me. Listen to all those lying political ads. They make my blood boil. I do appreciate you, Daffy. I do. Thank you, my darling. They don't, you know, I don't mind you skipping them. It's fine. They don't. I don't get much from it. I don't get much from it. I might get $5-6 for the day, for the whole day. So, but every penny counts. Every penny counts. Every penny counts. So I am grateful. Thank you. So I don't know which way it's going to go. A lot of this will count on where they were. Where were they before they were, when they were deadlocked? How have they changed their minds in that? Not much time has lapsed. I hope it's the only way I can do this. You know, yeah, I do benefit, but peanuts key. I would never expect people to watch them unless they were bored. Do you know what I mean? But you know, so it's fine. You know, I don't get that much from them, so you know, I'm not like, you know, gonna be like, oh, please, you know. But yeah, it's fine. It's fine. You being here, Duffy, is fine. Sick to your stomach, Crystal. I know. Right. The only way is up, baby. You and me now. The only way is up, baby. You and me now. Right. I would be like, it depends on what the verdict was. If it was like 10-2, 6-6, what was it beforehand? We don't know. But if it was 6-6 and they've now found her guilty, I'd be pissed, because the only verdict, if it is split, should be not guilty here. And the reason for that is this, right? If it's something like 6-6, 7-5, 8-6 towards guilty, you should never compromise to go, oh, well, yeah, fuck it, just find her guilty then. It should always be like, oh, okay, there's enough reasonable doubt here. Okay, I still think she's guilty, but there's enough reasonable doubt here. You know, I think you should always lean towards the defendant. Now, whether they do that, I don't know. I don't know. It all depends what the first count was, or the last count was. Now they come in, fucking potty mouse in now. What happened was that I was just playing that, so we were waiting for the verdict. Potty mouth. Now you fucking here. We've been all day. Yeah, I mean, look, I think that, you know, I do think you in any jury, I hope that everyone's open-minded. You know, if I will always be like, if I'm not guilty, and they can prove other stuff that I may have missed, like, I'm always willing to move. But it depends on what it is, you know. Yeah, we have to see. I wouldn't be surprised if he's guilty. I wouldn't be surprised. I just would be, with this now, I'll be disappointed because you've gone from hung to guilty. Same thing with the ballerina, Ashley Benefield. They were like, we're so hung, and then guilty. I don't think the prosecution proved it as well, personally. But guys, just remember, these people don't follow cases. They don't understand stuff. They're just lay people. Okay. So the plan moving forward as well, just so you all remember, tomorrow, no stream tomorrow. But in the evening, what are we doing in the evening? We're going to be on Resistant to Silence with Tracy and Dana at 6:30 Eastern, 3:30 your time, potty mouth in Pacific for Josie and everyone. 3:30 Pacific time, 6:30 Eastern time, 11:30 in the evening UK time, half midnight for European people. So, and if you're Central time, 5:30. So yeah, that's where I'll be tomorrow. I will be there for that. I've got doctors in the morning. Well, midday actually, just before midday. So we'll take the rest of the day off. I was going to do verdict watch, but obviously not going to now. Got that. Wednesday, I'll come on for maybe an hour or so in the morning to see if they're covering Karen Reid. I don't expect many people to be here for that. And then Thursday, I have got El Jefe at midday on Thursday, and that's all I'm doing is El Jefe, I think. We'll see. I might do trial. I don't know. Anyway, that's what on Friday I got a day off, and I will be somewhere else, which you get to see. We're very much looking forward to it. I say me a dinner. I generally am. You know I am. Generally am. What's the doctor's appointment for? By my ass being so raw. That's what it's for. So, but yeah, I will ask about sleep apnea though. It's a GP one though. It's not sleep apnea. I'll ask him if there's any updates. But yeah, no, it's not. It's not for the sleep apnea. It's me arse. My arse is so raw. I'm on a donut. I'm sitting on a donut though. I never sat on a donut before. I've eaten plenty, but never thing. Yeah. Raw bum, yeah. Bum. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Everybody loves bum bums. Are you still on a donut? I am on a donut. Not the good kind though. It's actually quite nice. It doesn't feel as raw as it was. So I think it's helped a load. I don't think I got hemorrhoids. I generally don't think I got hemorrhoids. I think I got something else. Proctor fired. Proctor's fired. Maybe what that was the news that Sean had, maybe. Maybe that was the news that Sean had. Powder it. No, I put some nappy cream and stuff like that in it. So, hey Dennis, yay! Oh what? Oh what a night! She's typically quick on the mend, so I think she should be better by tomorrow. I literally got no idea what I've just brought up here with the potty mouth. I'm kind of surprised she's still not better. To be honest, I've been up all weekend right before Halloween. She started. No idea what you're on about, but I hope she gets better, my darling. Yahoo, maybe Heather, what's up? About time Proctor sucks balls. I mean, a lot of you suck balls, but he sucks balls as a pro, I think. Sound like shit. Okay. Rhode Island's on. Dennis, where was it announced? Where was it announced? Who announced it? Good news, Dennis. Don't think so, because that isn't something he would be saying. He will not apologize for, which is applied on X. Okay, fair enough. Something you need something dried on, like cornstarch on your bumper. Yeah, maybe. I know. See what the doctor says. Sean did. Did he announce it on Twitter now? Did he? Oh. Rhode Island's on fire. Da, 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 da. Nah. He announced it 24 minutes ago. Oh, fuck, he never texted me. Yeah, that's what it was. It was that. Crazy Sean can call it and confirm that Michael Proctor has been terminated by the Mass State Police. That's what it was. That's what Sean was on about. Oh, fuck's sake, Sean. You didn't tell me. He announced it 25 minutes ago. That was the news, by the way, just so people know. Yeah, so there you go. That's what it was then. That was a big. Yeah, verdict reached here. Yes, verdict reached here. So that's what the news was, and people. That's what the breaking news was by Sean. 3:45. Yes, you're right, Keith. I got some magnesium. They're big tablets. 2 of them a night I take. Yes. I came about Dylan's chop bums and yeah, I don't think it's hemorrhoids. I think it's just raw. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know. We'll see what the doctor says. The donut definitely helping it. I don't feel pain at all now. Now we'll say that. It's probably going to start. Heather Taylor says, Keith, I saw you over the weekend in another stream and you ignored my crazy ass. Lol. Like a dagger to the heart, I tell you. Lol. You see? Keith says, I said hello, Heather. I saw you, Heather Taylor. I would never ignore you. I literally wouldn't blame you, though, Keith. She's fucking crazy. Heather's crazy. Les says, I didn't say hemorrhoid. No, you didn't. Lots of people thought. I even thought he was, to be fair. Rhode Island's lady says, poor Dylan's bum. Yes. I feel okay at the minute. I do feel okay. It feels fine. It'll be violated tomorrow, so it's all good. I can't wait for the doctor tomorrow to be there. Squeeze and pull, squeeze and pull on my shoulders. Breathe. Right, I'm about to get it in there. And squeeze. Yes, that's the way. That's the way I like it. That's the way I like it. Dun 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 dun. Oh, Heather Taylor. Dee 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 dee. Oh, who's crazy, Keith? Heather. Heather is crazy, but like she's good. She's good crazy. She's fun crazy. Bum 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 bum. Oh, that's the way I like it. That's the way I like it. Getting deeper. Dun dun dun. Ho 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 ho. Hey hey hey. Ho 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 ho. Stick it in a bit deeper now. Oh, 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 oh. Stick it in a bit deeper. Oh, 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 oh. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Maybe show Doctor pictures of your friends. He's in the chat. He watches the chat. He's in here. He's in here most days evenings. So you'll say, "All right, Doc." He'll see you all. So it's fine. He's in here. Hello, Take us on an adventure with the new cam. Yes, I need to remember to take my cam. I do. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Dun, 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 dun. That's the way I like it. That's the way I like it. Dun 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 Dun, 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 dun. You're too late. You're too late, Em. We've already celebrated. Too slow, Em. Come on, Em. Yeah, we already celebrated it already. It's good news. It's good news, isn't it? Dun, 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 dun. Oh, that's the way I like it. Always late. Yeah, there's a verdict, Kim. There's a verdict. That's what we're waiting for. There's a verdict. Yes, he did rehab. Hello, rehab. Nice to see you, stranger. Nice to see you, my darling. Yes, he did get fired. Oh, here we go. Right, let's boost it up for Deb. Boosted. The King of Canton is always good, The King of Canton is always good. No pearls on. Oof, this is big. I feel for her. I do feel for her. This is like it's either the beginning of her new life or the end of her life. I know being dramatic, say end of her life, but she's gonna die in prison. It's just these people, jury have her life in her hands. It's no joke. I hope people that are jurors look at stuff like this. You've got a person's life in your hands. This next thing will be either she has a start to a new life or she spends the rest of her life in prison. Potentially. She's potentially going to die in prison. And I genuinely don't see how she can. There's enough there, reasonable doubt, to show that Scott, was on there as well. There's nothing happening there, Les, though, to be honest. There's nothing. But that's fine. It is sad. This is why I hope they did. I hope they don't compromise. I hope they realize. Because again, this is another one where it's quickly gone from deadlocked to we got a verdict. I think the justice system is to be looked at because you can't go from being deadlocked to a verdict straight away. There's something wrong there. Same with Ashley Benefield, same thing. The unfortunate thing for her is I think there's some things that her and Rusty did that people just there's a lot of people, some people been in this chat saying that, she did this with Rusty, so she's guilty. But you talk about someone's life here, you have to have more than that, in my opinion. I'm not criticizing anyone that says she's guilty. I'm not. Everyone has their threshold for it. But if there ever was a case with reasonable doubt, it's this one. Do you know what I mean? I could see Scott be just as culpable as her. Now, if you put Scott and her on the stand together and said they did it together, I'd be more inclined to go, okay, yeah, I can believe that. She's not whiter than white, but Scott's not whiter than white either. And I'm not going to guess and say Scott did it all himself and stuff like that, because I don't know. There's, you'd have to have another trial for that. Not that there will be another trial for that, but man. Well, I think because I start every trial with not guilty, so she's been not guilty. But like as I say, there's stuff that has made her look guilty, but not enough, in my opinion, to make her guilty. But again, everyone's different. I implore that jurors think about this stuff as well and think, right, you might think she's guilty, but have they proven it? And I don't think they have. I don't think they have. Low Kong Express, hello Low Kong. Low Kong Express well behind on the stream. Hello Chrissy, nice to see you, Chrissy. Oh. Oof. It's never nice. It's never nice to hear these verdicts. I do genuinely believe a just verdict here would be not guilty. And I think that if she did, I would say that other people involved. One last poll. Fuck. Keith, are you fucking... Okay, one last poll. Start a poll, final vote. Okay, go. We've got a couple more minutes to do the poll. Yeah, I agree. I would want to find out how many people actually what when they were hung, what was the what was it? What was the poll at that point? I think what was the poll at that point? And again, I don't think they proved it, but I don't think she's like, as in this is what people might think she is and stuff like that. I don't. I just think there's reasonable doubt. That's all. I do think there's reasonable doubt there. And it wouldn't sit comfortably with me to send her to prison for potentially the rest of her life. It wouldn't sit comfortably with me. I have to be sure beyond a reasonable doubt before I send anyone to prison. And for anybody that thinks, fuck it, she sounds guilty to me, that's not good enough. And I've seen too many juries do that. Well, fuck it, compromise, fuck it. That's not good enough. It has to be beyond reasonable doubt, but unfortunately, that's not how juries work at the minute. That's why I was a bit pissed at this judge about saying, don't come back without a verdict, basically, he said. So we got about 32 votes so far. Essentially, 60% say not guilty, 40% say guilty. I could not imagine what she's thinking. This is the rest of her life. She's either going home and meeting up with Rusty, or she is going to jail for potentially the rest of her life. Oh, thank you everyone that is here. I appreciate people that are here. Thank you for liking the stream as well. Rusty's never getting that ass again. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Hopefully because she chooses not to. Not because she's in prison. It's hard to be optimistic, Lady Di, because we've seen what juries do, and it's tough. We've seen what juries do. John, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree. It's again, I don't think it's the judge though. I think it's the law. I just think it's a judicial process. There needs to be a better judicial process, in my opinion. He's just gone by the letter of the law. He's just basically quarterbacking everything. Sophie, there is a verdict coming in about 10 minutes, allegedly. Maybe before that, but 10 minutes, they said. Lady Di, I know. She's out on bail, potty mouth. Oui, Sophie, oui. She was out on bail, but I'm not sure if she spent any time in jail. I don't know. I hope it's on time because I need to go as well quite quickly after this. Yeah, I know, Stace. Stacy. She's a hero. Just a final reminder: tomorrow night I'll be on Resisted Silence. We might be able to see Dana's tits in his pumpkin costume. I'm not sure. Then Sean is on Thursday. I don't know, Sophie. She doesn't know the verdict. Obviously, it's just a worry. Imagine how you guys are feeling right now. Compress that and times it by 1,000. She's been told. She's been told by her lawyers, do not react. Do not react. Just take it on the chin, wherever the verdict. So she won't react unless it's not guilty. I'm in a meeting and I hear Dana's tits. I snore laughing. If you're not going to be optimistic with me, I won't show up tomorrow to RTS. You will show up. You won't be able to not show up, especially if Dana's got his tits out. Hey. Imagine if you weren't on mute, damn jeepers. Remember when Matt Moore told us, when we were doing the review of his trial, how he was basically told, just think of everything like you're guilty. Think of the worst. You got to think of the worst. You got to put yourself in that position that you are going to prison, because if you don't, you're not going to survive. No, there's no chance they're split, Les. It's actually a verdict. Because if it wasn't a verdict, we wouldn't have this right now. So it would just be like a normal question. They might be like not guilty on one of the charges or something like that, but there should be something. She's looking at the prosecutor going, "You bitch." Da, 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 da. You're my hero. Come on. Yeah, it's quarter two. They announced it that it's going to be quarter two. The announcement comes, but this trial, it's going to be probably like 5-2. Oh, we've had an eventful day, Little G. We've had an eventful day today, I think. We watched quite a few streams today until we got copyrighted again. I know, Sophie. I know. I just don't know how you justify that she did. How she moved the body. I just don't. Oh, here we go. She stands now. She's standing. Right, I'll shut up now then, and we'll get to court.
Be seated. All right, I understand we have a verdict. I know we have lots of folks that are interested in the outcome of this case here. I've also heard at least 6 Amber Alerts while I was in the back buzzing in here. So if that happens, I'll just ignore it and pretend I didn't hear it. I want everyone to just understand that the jury's been working diligently on this case for the last 4 weeks of trial and for the last several days of deliberation. I don't want any outbursts one way or the other. If you don't think you'll be able to restrain yourself one way or the other, then you need to step out. All right, anything else we need to take up before we bring the jurors in? All right, we have our 2 alternates. All right, go ahead and bring them. Well, we have 4, but only two are coming.
Hey, taxi. Oh, Mexi taxi. So thank you to Josie for posting a link for tomorrow. Resisting Silence. I will be on at 6:30 Eastern. I am not going to be staying on that long, people. So after this, I need to get off. It's been a long day. I've been here all day. So, oh. Oh, she stood for the judge, she did, not for the jury, obviously. For the judge, she stands. I think we're live, Vic, so I don't think announcements come, Vix.
All right, I understand y'all reached a verdict. Yes, sir. And is it signed by you as foreman? Yes, sir. All right, if you'll hand it to the bailiff, then I'll review it and then I'll hand it back to you. All right. If you'll hand that back to the foreman. All right, sir, as foreman, I'm going to have you stand and publish your verdict. You can do that just by saying, "We, the jury," and then to each count, say, "We find the defendant guilty or not guilty" as to each count.
We, the jury, as to count 5, we find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, as to count 4, find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, as to count 3, we find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, as to count 2, find the defendant guilty. And we, the jury, as to count 1, find the defendant guilty.
All right, we'll hand it back to the bailiff. Madam Bailiff, you can show it to counsel. All right, anything y'all want to take up?
No, or we'd ask you to poll it.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the defense has asked that you be polled. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. We're going to run through each one of you. If you still remember your original jury number, if you don't, we'll give you some prompting. But if you'll stand up, we will then, I'll ask you a series of questions, and then I'll move to the next juror. After you see me do it twice, you'll understand what we're doing. All right, so Mr. Bailiff, Mr. Clerk, if you'll call the juror.
Number 3.
All right, ma'am, is that your verdict?
Okay, we'll get through this. Just another note, just breaking news as well. Karen Reed's Norfolk DA's office and Karen Reed's legal team have filed a joint motion to delay her retrial until April 2025. So they both have requested a delay until April for her retrial. Just so I thought I'd do that whilst we go through the polling here. Fuck you, Scott. Fuck you, Scott. You piece of shit.
Yes, sir.
Was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, sir.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, sir.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can be seated.
Number 7.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, next.
Number 14.
All right, ma'am, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, it was.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes.
All right, you may be seated.
Number 28.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 40.
That's me.
All right. Sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is that still your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Number 41.
Ma'am, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes.
All right, next.
Number 48.
All right, ma'am, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can be seated.
Number 50.
All right, ma'am, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, sir.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, sir.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, sir.
All right, next.
Number 60.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, Your
All right, you can be seated.
Number 65.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it still your verdict?
Yes, Your
All right, you can be seated.
Number 71.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes, sir.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes, sir.
And is that still your verdict?
Yes, sir. Number 79.
All right, sir, was that your verdict in the jury room?
Yes.
Was the verdict agreed to by you?
Yes,
And is it still your verdict?
it is.
All right, you may be seated. That's all of our jurors. All right, anything else? All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that ends your service in this case. I want to thank you for your service. Leave and not talk to anyone. There are many folks that would like to have an opportunity to talk to you. Again, that is completely up to you. And whether you want to talk to the lawyers, any of the family members, or the media is completely up to you. And they will make themselves available. I'm sure the media folks will be out the front door. If you want to talk to them, I'm going to direct them not to bother you if you want to go out the back door and go to your car and leave the premises. All right, so with that, y'all can be excused to the jury room. Yeah, and if the alternates, y'all can step out. I'm gonna give y'all that same information. So if y'all step out with the bailiff, y'all can come through. They're gonna want you to walk around. All right, y'all want to schedule sentencing?
Judge, let's go ahead and
schedule it for sooner rather than later
All right.
due to the big
Well,
turn.
We can shoot for the first week of December, second week of December. I'll talk with Tracy. I have jury trials scheduled the week before Thanksgiving. We might can do, I know I have a conference the first full week of December, so second week. So we will reach out to y'all and have a scheduling conference on when the best time to do sentencing would be. We'll try to get that scheduled for you. All right. But ma'am, you will be remanded into custody after you've been convicted. Your bond is deemed insufficient at this time. You'll be taken into custody and await sentencing. All right. All right. Y'all can take her in the back. If y'all need a chance to talk to her, y'all keep her here for a little bit so that the attorneys can talk to her if they need to. All right, anything else? All right, we'll be in recess. Thank you.
I think just people, just another trial. It's getting to the point. We're getting a little bit disheartening now. I'll be honest with you. I don't know if she did it. I don't know if Scott did it. I don't know who did it. I really don't. I just don't believe that they proved that she did it. So, but this is my worry about it's my worry about Karen's trial because they could find her guilty, just be compromising. So I did announce it quickly, but the prosecution and defense for Karen Reed's trial both wanted to begin on the 1st of April, so April Fool's Day. I think it'll take a week or two then to put a jury together. That means that I actually might be out there when the trial is on, potentially. It'd be a close call. So, yeah, we'll see. But another disheartening day. Another disheartening day to the justice system. I just said not guilty, Dennis, just because of I think there was enough. I do know what Mary said about the calls. I get it. But for me, that's not enough to prosecute somebody. So, so we'll see. We'll see what Aunt Bev says about Karen. And if Dennis, did you see that 1st of April for the new trial? So we'll see what happens with that. Dennis, Dana would probably cover that tomorrow night as well. But hopefully I can be out there for the trial. I would love to be out there with you guys for that. So we'll see. I'm a bit disheartened, but I'm going to call it a night, everybody. Remember, no stream tomorrow except for Resistance to Silence, 6:30 Eastern. Wednesday, I might. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see what happens on Wednesday with Karen's one. I might not stream it, to be quite honest. I will see. Thursday, I'm definitely streaming with El Jefe. So my next stream might be. Yeah, no, I agree, Dennis. Hopefully there'll be no trial, but as it stands, there is. But we'll see. Anyway, people, I will see majority of you tomorrow night with Dana and Dennis. Dana and Tracy. I don't know, Robin. I'm not really that thing. We'll see. We'll see if I do Karen stream or not. It's only going to be like 20 minutes, half an hour. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. And I don't know if he's actually streaming or not. So we'll see. We'll see how I feel. I feel just a bit disheartened today. We'll see. I feel better tomorrow. So, yeah, it's been a long time. Anyway, okay, people, love you all. And I'm just going to end the stream there. Thank you, everybody. Love you. Take care of yourselves. And peace out. Catch you later. I love you, babe. See you tomorrow night.